Into the second D. Into the second D. into the booba G, into the booba G.
You know how the saying goes, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt you. Well, whoever said that is a massive liar.
Well, yo mama is so fat. When she go to the movie theater, bitch, she fits to everyone.
Ironically enough, in combat sports where people are actually beating each other up, sometimes it's the words said that make the most impact.
I don't know why you gotta be so mean, man. That's so mean.
A devastating putdown can be immortalized just like any knockout, and today we're going to look at times that fighters just eviscerated their opponents with their mouths so violently even Mario Yamasaki would have stepped in.
Things are about to get real dark real quick, Frank.
I'm Tommy from MMA On Point. A huge thank you to our channel Hall of Famers for being amazing and supporting videos like this, and these are 10 times fighters destroyed their opponents using only words. Quick note before we get started, the key word in that title is opponents. These have to be fighters that have fought each other or it won't be considered. So Jeremy Stevens and Ryan Bader, you can rest easy tonight. Alright, let's get started with number 10, Dan Hardy to Marcus Davis. Irish media member Sean Sheehan once joked that Marcus Davis was the godfather of Irish MMA. Of course, Davis, went by the Irish hand grenade, was born and raised in Maine, but he's one of those Americans that very closely identifies with his Irish roots, his father being from the nation. That connection would see Davis regularly fight in Ireland and England in the early 2000s. And Dan Hardy had an absolute field day with Marcus's love for the Irish and his constant appearances on cards over the pond. In the lead-up to their fight, Hardy was at the peak of his trash-talking abilities.
When I was fighting Marcus Davis, I was shit-talking him and getting inside his head.
He's a fake Irishman, basically. A plastic paddy. He's not Irish. He's never lived there.
And Dan Hardy fucked up and he called Marcus Davis a fake Irishman.
His best line and most definitive on the matter came at the post-fight press conference for UFC 95 when Hardy was asked about Davis's popularity in the UK.
He's not English. He's not Irish. And, I was born here and I've been bred here. And I don't mind taking on that challenge and showing him that this is my home and not his.
Fantastic line. It all made for some very great drama in the lead up to their fight that would take place in Germany for some reason. Nice fumble there, UFC, and like all great blood feuds, went to a split decision and had 10 minutes of control time in a 15-minute fight. Number 9, Randy Couture to Tito Ortiz. Oh yeah, we're going way back to when shit talk was really just in its infancy in the sport. There weren't a ton of platforms for fighters to express themselves anyway, and most didn't really understand the value of mouthing off. That was not the case for Tito Ortiz, who was honestly way ahead of his time in that regard, and as such was a favorite of the Best Damn Sports Show period, the, at the time, biggest mainstream programming that featured UFC fighters. It was the perfect setup for him to get blindsided by a line from soon-to-be opponent Randy Couture. The contrast between the two was simply perfect. Here's this over-the-top loudmouth guy. He's got Simon Phoenix hair, he's young, he's cool, he's the face of the promotion, and then there's old man Randy with his male pattern baldness and a total lack of cool factor, at least to the standard of the time. But that didn't mean he wasn't quick on his feet and had a banger of a comeback when Ortiz tried to make fun of his age.
For after the fight's over, make sure he can walk. Okay, I got a cane for him. That way, so make sure that he can walk around. So I got a cane for him to walk around. So.
Wow.
Tito, but I think you better hang on to that because I think you're going to need it Friday night to get out of the octagon.
Oh my God, stop the fight, Herb Dean. The perfect comeback and delivered with absolutely no malice besides the fact that he's telling him he's going to cripple him. Now, I do think this line works much better in context, knowing that Randy would literally spank Tito in their fight, but even without it, Ortiz's smarmy attempt at prop comedy at Couture's expense blew up in his face there like glass hit by Connor's dolly. Speaking of the Irishman, number 8, Conor McGregor to Chad Mendes. It's nearly impossible to pick a moment from Conor over the years that best encapsulates his ability to murder with words. While he may not exactly be churning out greatest hits these days, although You'll Do What You're Told was a gem from Tough with Chandler.
If you want to do 185, I'll do 185. You'll do what you're told.
There's a whole catalog of devastating moments over the years. As for the most part, Conor is miles ahead of any of his opponents on the microphone. The one I want to focus on, though, is perhaps one of his most juvenile lines, but I'll be damned if I didn't laugh my ass off when I first heard it, as silly as it is. The moment in question took place in the lead-up to McGregor's interim title fight with Chad Mendez on a BT Sports segment. Let's watch.
How tall are you, buddy?
5'9".
I'm 5'6".
You're 5'4", Ali.
3 inches taller.
You should stand up because we can barely see you on the screen.
Connor, you know what wrestling is?
I can put my palm on your forehead.
He should have just hung up the phone. He should have hung up the phone. Hung up the phone. He should have hung up the phone and honestly retired. This was the worst possible scenario for Mendez. It's a pro-Connor crowd. Chad's there via Skype on a delay, so he can't be quick, and then he sealed his own fate by posing a question to Connor. Was it a 5th grade level diss by McGregor? Yes. But in the context of the moment and how it played out, it's just absolute destruction. I'm sorry. A full-on demolition. But that doesn't mean that Connor always ended up on top during his exchanges. For instance, number 7, Eddie Alvarez to Conor McGregor. It is exceedingly rare for someone to get one over on McGregor with just their words, especially in person, as Conor is generally the most popular guy in the room, and any comeback he throws your way is going to make the crowd go crazy. Not to mention, he's one of the most brutal trash talkers ever, like it or not. So for Alvarez, who isn't exactly known for his mic skills, to get the better of McGregor is a real victory. In the lead up to their lightweight title bout, the two had plenty of exchanges, with Eddie's best and most hilarious being this Looney Tunes-like exchange at the 205 launch presser.
Take them stupid-ass glasses off. Make me. Make me. Make me. Make me. Make me. You took them off. You took them off. Thank you, you took them off.
As silly as that one was, that's not why Alvarez made the list. Conor is very rarely unable to form a comeback, even if he doesn't have something that witty to say. He'll overpower a conversation with his personality alone. The only time I have ever seen that not be the case was when Eddie questioned Conor's manhood during a Fox Australia interview.
You ain't no man. You took welfare. Okay, don't talk about money. Don't you talk about money. Then you took money from single moms. Single moms go on welfare, not men. Don't talk about money, all right? Keep your mouth shut when it talks about money.
Was Conor just spent from the presser earlier that day? Did the talk of the struggles of his early life get to him? Hard to say, but optically it certainly looked like Eddie getting the better of Conor there. And the fact that he didn't have anything to come back with makes it one of those rare moments where in a verbal exchange, McGregor was on the back foot. Number 6, Nick Diaz to George St. Pierre. When people who weren't around at the time asked fans like me why they loved Nick Diaz so much, it's because of moments like this one. The aura of this dude was just off the charts back then. You have to remember the context, too. For years, Nick was touted as this guy who was too out of control to be in the UFC. But at the same time, he was clearly the best welterweight in the world outside of the promotion, being the reigning defending Strikeforce champ at 170. He entered the UFC coming off a one-round masterpiece over Paul Daly, and was a guy a lot of hardcore fans thought might be able to beat George St. Pierre, which was the fight they immediately set up. But Nick would no-show media day and instead fight BJ Penn on that same card. GSP was meant to have a new opponent on the night in Carlos Condit, but injured his knee and was forced off, making Penn and Diaz the headliners. Nick 18 breaks off BJ Penn, hit him with 257 strikes, just rearranged his whole face. And then the moment came, the perfect Diaz moment. His whole card was clusterfuck. He should have absolutely been his big opportunity to fight GSP, so when the microphone came his way, he let out his frustration and made a call out that would stick with everyone for years to come.
I don't think George is hurt. I think he's scared. He's scared to fight everybody right now. What's up? Where are you looking to?
My 2011 brain was destroyed. GSP was scared. It didn't even make any sense, but it got me so hyped. I liked St. Pierre, and after he said that, I was like, yeah, fuck this guy. Don't be scared, homie. There's just something about Nick, and that line was it. Number 5, Dominic Cruz to TJ Dillashaw. There might not be another human on the planet who is better at making people feel like absolute morons than Dominic Cruz.
I never want to punch you in the face ever. Hey, I need a haircut, okay? Leave it alone.
He's so condescending that even if you were right, you'd start questioning yourself from his delivery alone. Poor TJ Dillashaw never had a prayer here. The UFC decided that they were going to sit him down face to face in a dark, quiet room with Dominic for an interview in the lead up to their bantamweight title fight. John Anik would ask a single question to start things off, and since we followed by 3 entire minutes of Cruz ripping Dillashaw to shreds uninterrupted like a lion in a gazelle nursery.
I'm done talking to you.
You can't be done talking to me right here. Listen to me. Tell me if you got nowhere to go. Keep talking.
What makes this moment all the more incredible is that it was only 3 minutes, but it feels like 30, and I have no doubt in my mind that Cruz could have sat there and talked shit for 3 straight hours without needing another question from John Anik or any rebuttals from Dillashaw, and every single word would have been more condescending than the last.
He's not smart enough to realize it's a battle. That's why he doesn't talk.
That man is the Michelangelo of being a douchebag. It is truly remarkable. Number 4, John Jones to Daniel Cormier. Few fighters have a longer or uglier history than these two legends of the cage, and they have both had their fair share of devastating one-liners over the years, like this ice-cold warning from JBJ on Fox Sports leading up to their first fight.
There is nothing you can do to stop me. You will lose this fight, Daniel Cormier. I want you to believe it.
Extra terrifying because, well, there was nothing that he could do to stop him in that first fight. But it's not as if DC hasn't had some solid lines of his own, like this gym at the presser for their second bout.
Like a crackhead with a suit on.
I could look like a crackhead with a suit on, but I've never been a crackhead like you don't. So you can say I look like one, but I've never been one.
One of the greatest comebacks of all time. Except, just like their rivalry in the cage, John got the best of him in this arena as well, and with all the exchanges that they've had, none compared to Jones beating Cormier with this one.
I beat you after a weekend of cocaine.
And prostitutes. Hey. I think the reason this one hurts the most is because you know it's true. You know that that man was absolutely off his ass before that fight, and he still went out there against arguably his toughest ever opponent and completely dominated. What a brutal line. Number 3, George St. Pierre to Matt Gates. The longevity of this line in the history of MMA fandom is a testament to how effective it was. How many quotes do you still regularly hear from the sport in 2006? If you ask anybody to do an impression of GSP, there's like an 85% chance they're just going to say,
Not impressed by your performance.
it's his signature moment on the microphone. After losing to Matt Hughes for the vacant welterweight title, St. Pierre had finally fought his way back to the championship, and he would be facing the winner of Hughes and 10, a fight he of course attended. After the bout, GSP got into the cage and let the winner Matt know how he felt about the victory.
I'm not impressed by your performance.
Not impressed by your performance.
What makes this moment all the better is that it couldn't have been a more polite way to just rip someone to pieces. For whatever reason, St. Pierre not being impressed felt like such a dagger of a sentence. And this was in 2006. People said all kinds of crazy shit back then.
Frank Perry made a comment. He actually hopes that Brock Lesnar is the first fighter ever to die from injuries sustained in the cage.
This classic takedown was only strengthened by St. Pierre's eventual win against Hughes, but never has someone been so nice in their absolute destruction of another person. Number 2, DJ Penn to Sean Shirk. It was very hard for me to not put this at number 1 because it's my favorite call out ever, but I try to look at these lists as objectively as I can. I will say that never has so few words been so effective. Just 4, in fact. One of which was a contraction of "you are," so I suppose if we're being generous we'd say 5 words, but 2 of them were someone's name. Anyway, it was short and massively effective. Penn had just fought for the vacant lightweight title and won it after doing horrible things to Joe Stevenson. That belt was vacant because Sean Shirk got stripped for being juicier than a fried turkey on Thanksgiving. So, you know, fans were not cool with that, but they were cool with violence god BJ Penn, who had just seconds earlier satiated their bloodlust before making the call out everybody wanted to hear.
Sean Shirk, you're dead. You want to know anything else? Go to bjpen.com.
Perfection. No notes. It's perfect. And what makes this all the more awesome is that he did exactly what he said he was going to do. In the context of cage fighting, obviously BJ was being hyperbolic, but oh my god, that knee and those punches, just pure decimation that made that call out all the more badass. After the fact, BJ Penn defeated that man twice, and the first time all he needed was a microphone. Number 1, Michael Bisping to Luke Rockhold. If there was a shit-chatting Hall of Fame, Michael Bisping would be the inaugural entry.
You look like a fucking idiot.
The man might be better at talking than he was at fighting, which says a lot because, of course, the dude could throw down. To his opponents, Mike was a douchebag of the highest order. And just as I used that word with Dominic Cruz, I truly mean it as a compliment. The jerk assholery would find the perfect moment to strike in the very short lead-up to his middleweight title challenge with Luke Rockhold. Luke isn't exactly known for his skills on the microphone, but he is a man that likes to say words, which created a perfect storm as he rambled on during a presser, resulting in the best one-liner the sport has ever seen.
If you believe in something, if you know something is going to happen, if you confident in that situation, you will achieve things in life. I know that I'm better than this. Sounds like the worst self-help book you've ever read. Conceive, believe, achieve. Shut the fuck up. Listen.
Dana's laugh really seals the deal. I don't think I've ever heard such a real laugh out of him. It was so funny and so devastating that it's still one of those defining things that follows Rockhold around, likely compounded by the devastating loss of this being in the actual fight. But if you looked up the definition of murder by words in the dictionary, they would just have a clip of that moment.
What an asshole, guys.
If you looked up amazing editor in the dictionary, there'd be a picture of Max Randall. He always does an incredible job of putting these videos together. Please follow him on all his social, and go check out his awesome YouTube channel. Another shout to our Hall of Famers. You guys are the best. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you for all that you do. My fans, you can be one too. Hit the join button. There's exclusive content. You can't beat the price. Highly recommend. Like and subscribe to get Connor to take his sunglasses off. Comment down below your favorite devastating one-liners. And thank you so much for watching. I am out of here. But you know what? If you want to watch another one, go for it.
My titty. You wreck it with your wee furs.
This is how men are smelling better than women. It's called doctors. Right. First they take care of your skin with nourishing ingredients like shea butter. Essential to know about black myth Wukong. It should be noted that allegations against game science have surfaced over the years via reports of the developer fostering a sexist culture and work environment, with numerous women in the community highlighting these problems within the studio, as well as backlash following crude and controversial social media posts by Game Science co-founder Ji Feng. As of this recording, Game Science has repeatedly refused to comment on the allegations. Although
the reason why they don't comment on the allegations is because there are only allegations and the company isn't accountable to GameSpot or IGN or Kotaku or Polygon. They're not accountable to any of these companies. And if you actually went back and you looked at what happened, what ended up happening was that the game itself was, the people wrote about it. There was like one person that wrote about it, and then somebody else wrote writing about it, and now it's that people are writing about it. But the truth is that it was just really one person who was complaining. And I think this is something that a lot of these game developers need to understand, is that you're not really accountable to a publishing studio or a journalism studio. Like, these people are not your friend. They're not trying to help you, and if they call you out for something, you should respond to them. You're not accountable to them. Nobody is engaging with them. Nobody cares about what their opinions are, and they do care because they're mad because they said something stupid again. So the idea that like Black Myth Wukong or Game Science needs to address this, or they need to, respond to the allegations. Why? Who decided that? Who decided that you get to make something up about someone, and then they tell you whether it's true or not? Or even, let's assume that it's real. Why do they have to talk to you about anything? Who are you? You're nothing. You're like, really, like, and that's always been my perspective with stuff. It's like, you're not accountable to anybody. Somebody's mad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nobody did.
But has removed some of the offensive wording in its marketing materials that has contributed to the misogynistic culture. Further details on these allegations can be found at a link in the description.
Yeah, so this is the reason why people are happy that game studios and these, what do you call it? Not game studios, but like these like games publishing places are, they're falling off, basically. And I can show you what the problem here is, right? Because you look at GameSpot, and if you look at their videos, right, I mean, they're trying to effectively do what do you call it? What IGN does, but they're basically doing it worse. And if you look at, we'll open this up, Google Trends. I'm going to explain why they do this and what happened on GameSpot. It's a website. We'll look at the website, right? And then we'll look at worldwide. Let's look at. And so this is the reason why a lot of these game studios are upset, is that their relevance to sports has dropped off, and the decline is so dramatic that if you look at it in an abstract, it can't even be measured anymore because it's just going from fractions of one. These people have completely destroyed their credibility. They've destroyed their careers, and I think they've in fact destroyed the entire future of their entire industry. And what happened? And in fact, check IGN as well. What I'm saying is like I just in any of them they're going to follow the same thread. It's approaching zero. It is. And if you look at you look at the past 5 years, right? And one thing here you guys understand this is that by the past 5 years, it's going down. And so in order to measure their decline in an accurate way, you have to actually go down into the past 5 years because the 2000 the decline is so extreme that it's not measurable unless you zoom in on it. Anybody else? Just says the only reason I can find other stuff that the tree has to spot the game I'm stuck at. Really? That's the way I see it. The go-to game against capitalize the market factor, even though honestly, what the problem is? The problem is that games reviewing is not something that, and I can talk about this a lot, I don't really want to get into it, but we can go into it later on after I finish the video. But either way, like this decline, it's not even measurable unless you zoom in. And these companies have effectively destroyed their entire credibility, and everything that they stand for has been completely trivialized. They've actually destroyed their own industry. And it's observably true by every metric that we can see. And I can give you another piece of advice. Let me see if I can find it here. Not advice, sorry, a piece of argumentation. If you go to GameSpot.com, let's just go on private window. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? No, but I'll do it anyway. So if you look at this, let me see if they have ads on this. Oh no, we don't have ads on this. Let me go ahead and open it up on Google Chrome because I don't have the stuff on there. And so with a lot of these, so you have like one ad, you have the privacy policy, 2 ads, and then, okay, that's not an ad, that's good. 3 ads, and then 4 ads, 5 ads. So there's 5 ads on one page. So these people are desperately clinging on to staying relevant. They're doing everything that they possibly can to stay alive because they are in the death throes of their industry. 6? Oh, I might not have seen it. Oops. Journalism, is that a big falling off because they seek audiences? Yeah, exactly. You see another world where people in our age are in charge? Yeah. Anyway, I'll look at the rest of it and see if they talk about it anymore.
While Black Myth Wukong seemingly shares a lot of DNA with Souls-like games, game science itself does not consider it a Souls-like. In spite of that, the game features many staples of the action RPG subgenre, such as bonfire-like checkpoints that respawn enemies in the area around you, a flask for healing, that has a finite number of charges and refills when you rest at a checkpoint, and upgrade points that are dropped and have to be recovered after death. Wukong's primary tool for walloping enemies is his staff. You are unlocked additional stances over the course of Black Myth that give you different combos and movesets. At the start, however, you have a limited number of moves and abilities.
I would have never
A
guessed.
light attack and a heavier attack you can link together into combos. Light attacks and dodging build up a focus meter, while heavy attacks consume focus. Dodging also depletes a stamina gauge that recharges quickly when you stop moving. And if you time the dodge perfectly to avoid an incoming strike, time slows a bit and you leave an after image of the destined one where you just were. Black Myth also adds another wrinkle in the form of spells you can fire off in the midst of battle, such as the ability to briefly immobilize.
I can't wait to not use any of those for the entire playthrough.
Attack. However, spells not only have cooldown timers, but are also controlled by a sort of mana meter that refills like your health flask whenever you rest. Souls-like. Black Myth Wukong is structured fairly linearly, although the game will feature a mix of focused corridors and larger, more open and explorable areas. And after facing off against some of the game's bosses, you'll sometimes be able to claim their weapon, giving you the ability to use it in a fight, transforming Wukong into the enemy you previously defeated. Transforming into a different character comes with its own fucking badass, separate from the one you're using and healing normally. How long the transformation lasts is dictated either by health or by doing too many cool moves, with your light and heavy attacks depleting a meter called might at different rates. When either meter runs out, you transform.
So you see, like, it's down at the bottom, right? So, like, obviously using the big abilities, taking damage or time, all of these reduce the time, and so playing well keeps you in the combat, or keeps you in the form longer. A lot of games use things like this. This is fine.
Back into Wukong. Bosses
like
also have
Wuthering Waves or
phases,
something like
but
this.
rather than entering a new phase based on the damage dealt, bosses will switch up phases based on how well the player is doing against them. Black Myth Wukong will release on PC and PlayStation 5 on August 20th, 2020. So 6 days is meant to eventually come to Xbox Series X and S. However, there is no date currently for those platforms, with that version of the game having been announced to be delayed during this year's Summer Game Fest. No reason was given for the Xbox delay, because it could potentially have to do with limitations around.
That's actually not true. They didn't give a reason. They said, the developers literally said, nobody gives a fuck about Xbox. It's not a priority.
Series S
Yeah, they actually looked it up. They said that.
Other titles, such as Baldur's Gate 3, Black Myth Wukong is also a digital-only game. No physical version of the game is available. Pre-ordering the game will give the player an alternate colorway for the health cord. Beyond the base edition of the game, there are 3 additional iterations that come with additional items. The digital deluxe edition of the game that retails $70 includes a digital soundtrack, as well as additional weapons and gear for Wukong to adorn. The deluxe edition of the game that retails for $170 contains everything the digital deluxe does.
God damn.
These two.
That's a lot of shit.
You literally need a collector's edition of the game. Retails for eye-watering $400, and its centerpiece item is a statue of Wukong. It should be noted that the latter 2 editions of the game with physical items include PC codes only. If you're planning to play on PS5, your only options are the base and digital deluxe editions. And that is everything you need to know about Black Myth Wukong. More on the game, including our eventual review and guide videos, stick right here on GameSpot.
Yep, there it is. And so, this is basically, I think a lot of people have been, like, very fatigued by hearing these like game studios, because like other than this, like the rest of the review was pretty good, right? It was pretty much just an explanation of the game. It's exactly what I'd want to see. Bad video, yeah, but everybody hates them. And so it turns out that gaming media with more than 5 million fans would go to such lengths to make such accusations without any evidence. Well, it's not about whether the evidence is real or not. It's about whether people care. Like, I don't care what they do with this. That happens. Like, I don't work there. I don't have any interest with that. I don't want to hear about, like, your opinion on what the studio might have done is. Like, it's not relevant. We just want to play the game. Like, it's the same thing with Blizzard, too. It's the same with any of these. Read the comments. Yeah, we just want a game. Exactly. That's not relevant to me. Why would I care about that? Give me a second. I'll look and see what other people are saying. The original it's on with Dragon Ball. Game project on this video of deviation game science. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Professional competence in this game is disappointing low. The parts only make this great process of the game project bring it back. Stop when people. I think this is going to stop better. My opinion. I can have access to GameSpot's balance sheets. You will know that they have written advertising, and this company will probably not exist in 5 years. And I think that's probably Polygon and a lot of ones except maybe the idea. Exactly right. And so a lot of these people are thinking of these things like games. And to be honest, and this is the real reason why nobody cares. It's because every single studio, like, let me see if I can pull this up. All of these different places have data about the sexism accusations, right? They've all done this, whether it's IGN or Games Industry or The Gamer, etc. That's the forum. But I'm sure there's other ones too that I just, they're probably not popping up here. And so what ends up happening is that these game studios and these journalism places, they behave like they're the same thing. So, like, we don't really have any diversity of opinion. Like, there's none of these people that are looking at this. Like, I don't think any of these here, none of them shine light on whether this is like a good idea or a bad idea, if it matters or not, or whether anybody cares. It's that these people, and this is the issue that have with the game industry, is they make things up, or they fixate on things that players don't care about, and then they appoint themselves as the arbiters of morality, and now they act like the games companies have them in their the truth is that the industry is not and that the publisher doesn't rely on any middleman for a product and audience. Like, all the needs to do is have whether that's like or Valheim. It doesn't matter. Any of the games, how big or how small they are, every game, if it's a great game, has its chance to succeed. And these game people are very upset about this because they can say no if random holiday. But now that doesn't matter anymore because those people are redundant. There's no reason to care about that. Well, that's basically what the problem is that the amount of people that actually care about this is minuscule. Nobody actually really cares about this except for a handful of retards. And so, if you make content, and every other group makes the content that's like that, this is what I'm a very skeptical person. Like, when I hear something or I see something, I automatically think to myself, I wonder if this is true or not. So when I see every single game's website that's talking about this, I think to myself, there's collusion. I think to myself, there isn't actually multiple opinions here. It's actually just the same people that are having conversations trying to push an agenda. And it makes me not trust them at all. A few stars more powerful than one? Yeah, exactly. Are they just autistic people who are hyper-fixated on the wrong stuff? No, I think that you have to understand that this is a power dynamic that journalists create. So, the way the power dynamic works is that a journalist is their perspective higher than the perspective of the audience. And the journalist takes on so they they create the need for making sure that their opinion is up there by having these platforms. And then they make the companies have to appeal or capitulate to what those demands are. So, for example, if the game doesn't have an accessibility feature that these journalists think are important, then they write about how the game doesn't care about disabled people and wants people without arms to die, or some variation of that. So it's also really about power, because the way that the journalists maintain the power is by using that power to effectively slander or defame companies, and then make the companies behave in a certain way to empower the journalists. But the reason why it's not working anymore is because the journalists are no longer the gatekeepers. So if you look at it from a chart, I'll explain it here, right? So you have three different people, right? So you have the publisher, you have the journalist, and then you have the customer, right? And so in the past, the publisher would have to go through the customer. Hear what the journalist says, and they can sue it. Because now the publisher is the customer the customer can go directly to the publisher. Because now there's no journalist to exist. Why do you exist? Why are you there? What is your purpose? And that they don't have one. And so that and how can you define that they don't have a purpose? Well, you look at the chart that I pulled up earlier. Their decline is measurable quantitatively, and they are in their death throes. That's not true. Really, what about this? I'll see if there's anything important. What about this isn't true? Maybe in gaming, yeah. Can you explain? I'll give you a minute. But anyway, so this is what's happened. And so whenever you have companies like GameSpot that, highlight something that's totally irrelevant to players, and also, here's another big issue. Another really big issue is that a lot of these different, accusations of, sexism or racism or some form of politically inappropriate or sexually inappropriate behavior, these have been massively exaggerated for years. And for example, oh, it's sexist, Stellar Blade is hurting women, stuff like that. You read something like that, and it's just this is insane. No normal person thinks this, right? So, the credibility, people do care to some degree about sexism or something like that. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah. Journalists shouldn't have opinions. They should only provide factual information so the reader can make up their own mind. Well, here's what's funny about journalism. So I wanna. This is a bit of a self-report that I think a lot of gaming journalists have. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this or not. Have you guys seen how many gaming journalists are being worried about how AI will take their jobs? You've seen many gaming journalists saying and complaining about this, right? Right. So what else are they also saying about AI? Well, they're also saying that AI can't create anything new. All it can do is regurgitate what's already existing. So, under that logic, if an AI can take your job as a journalist, that means that you're not adding anything new, are you? And you're actually just regurgitating the same exact garbage that was out there already with a slightly different spin to it. And you're mad that somebody can have a robot do the exact same fucking thing. Way overthinking it? No, it's not overthinking. Yeah, that's scrape it off the head. It's a self-report. They're not doing anything. So, definitely overthinking. Yeah, sure. And so this is what's happened. And I think that this is true with all gaming journalism. And I think also, like, there's another issue where a lot of people, I think it's a cultural change, and it's been happening for a while, is that we've spent probably the better part of 10 years recently being told what to think and what to care about. And I think that people are very fatigued of being told what to do. Like, they're being told what to care about, what to do. Like, oh, well, you need to care about this needs to matter to you. And the truth is that, no, it doesn't. Walking on eggshells 24/7? Yeah, I don't want to walk on eggshells around somebody like this. So I think that the game science here is making the right decision, and I hope that more companies make the right decision as well, by just simply, these game companies, these companies, you are not accountable to them. They don't control you. The only thing that matters is your relationship with your audience. And if you go and you let them control where you're going to develop the game, you're going to make a bad game. Because these people do not represent the public. And if they did, they wouldn't have lost 99% of their market share in 10 years. You don't lose 99% of the market share that you used to have by echoing the sentiments of customers and the public. It just doesn't happen. So, yeah, they're only accountable to gamers. Exactly, yeah, you're not accountable to any of these game publishers, or any of these, I keep saying the wrong word, any of these journalists. Yeah, exactly. They do. Absolutely they do. Yeah, for sure. And they're not accountable to me either. That's the thing. Like, it's bad that somebody at a point where a person puts themselves up as a gatekeeper, and then they exercise that in an unhealthy way. That's bad no matter who's doing it. It's bad if it's a journalism person or a company. It's bad if it's an influencer. It's bad if it's anybody. Unless it's like a regulation thing that's like specific, right? This video is quite literally why everybody hates games journalists. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Manscaped's 20% off summer sale is here. That means you can finally snag the performance pack.
No.
Sooner or later, I guess. Just like a postcard of kebab dumpling, you desperately hold it in until you can get back to the quiet sanctity of your own room to let rip on a toilet-cracking explosion of...
You're so good, so precious, so reload.
Well, it went about as well as you might expect. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a movie make so many missteps and receive such nuclear-level backlash in my entire career. From the laughably bad leaked photographs to the tiresome, updated for modern audiences premise, to the gratingly unpleasant interviews with the lead actress, and even the baffling decision not to cast dwarf actors for fear of offending Peter Dinklage. Snow White really was the perfect storm of everything so painfully predictable and ridiculous about modern entertainment, twisting and contorting itself into something barely recognizable from the original, in a desperate attempt to pander to absolutely everyone. And when the announcement came that the project was going to be delayed by more than a year, almost certainly in response to the massive amount of negative publicity, it honestly seemed like they might just shit-can the whole thing. Because really, what was the point in pressing ahead with a movie that everyone in the world seemed to despise? How many hundreds of millions of dollars were you willing to lose just to make a point? Well, we got our answer at Disney's recent D23 Expo, their annual get-together where they announce a bunch of shit projects that nobody wants, and try to pretend that the company isn't falling down around their ears. Anyway.
Welcome to Optimix Surgery. If you're phoning about a medical emergency, please hang up and dial 999. Please listen carefully to the following and choose from the options. If you require a prescription, please press 1. If you require test results,
please list your name, date of birth, all medication required, and state which chemist you wish for your prescription to be sent to. Please allow 48 hours for your prescription to be processed.
when you've finished recording, please hang up or press hash for more options.
My name is Stephen McFadgen. My date of birth is 9/4/91 and the medication I require is venlafaxine 37.5 milligrams. Thank you.
No, it's Luigi Romano e Aldo Rizzaghi.
Are you Volmus Faxon Dindy?
It was never kindly Mikula, was it? The Erdtree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with? I suppose it must be what His Eminence, or perhaps the Erdtree desired all along. The clashing of the favored lords, such that one would prevail. So be it. If you insist upon facing Mikula the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now. Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight's leader, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow it.
I am the Red Mane, Freya. The time has come. I do not look for a worthier foe. This is our moment. Let's make it something to remember.
Oh.
I never could have imagined that you might be the Erdtree's rightful lord. Such as it is, this battle could not be more fitting for the birth of a new god and the coming of a lord. Done, boys. We did it.
I defeated them. Such a good baby. Yes. Fall before the true Lord, Tyrantheus. I go now to slaughter your lord. He will not stand before me. Oh, Magicus Monugi. Oh, Radon, you prick. Are you ready to fall once again?
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
Distracted, please. Thank you.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us.
Wrong, fanboy.
To Nicola,
I am here to take your
my
soul.
promised consort, Radahn.
Yeah. Wow. No! No! We had him. Now we will struggle all fucking day. Guaranteed. Hurry up, you pair of nincompoops, making this hard fight all fucking harder. Shame that I need your stuff, but I need it nonetheless. Their thing. Oh no! Run away, run away, run the fuck away! Oh, run away, run away, run the fuck away! Run away, run away, run the fuck away! Ow!
Lord Mo will have his day.
You cheap bastard! Cheap bastard! See, I have your great rune now, Radahn. I've got to activate it. Not this time. pathetic. I'm gonna let us destroy them. Think you're cool? No, you're not. Forget your red. I will not fail you, my friend. You cheesy cunt. No, you lot make this fight a lot harder than it needs to be. Go down, you're a cocksucker. Nobody likes you.
God damn it. I will take every cheesy method I can get.
To see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his What a cheesy cunt. Back again. This is fair. Fair and totally fucking balanced. Totally fucking balanced. Never met as much fucking bullshit in my life. Why do I need the stuff? Oh, Zinley. Hosenly, you're a fucking pest. Oh, I'm sick of it. No, it's fucking no sharp hand back.
But those remains do not belong to you.
This is why I did it stone the last time. It's too fucking aggravating for normal people. Unless you're totally autistic. Just let me pick up my 0 wounds. Thank you, game. I'm ever so grateful to you. Ready? Boom. Boom. Alright, you pair of nitwits. Let's fuck him up. Yes, thanks, game. Just let me, hit me, go and kill me, go, please. Ask me, I'm begging you, kill me.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his
Can't even get fucking breathing.
Pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his due.
This is without a doubt the most boring fucking fight I've ever fought in any Souls game ever.
Pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his day.
Hang on!
Promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have them. Pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have them.
Nice. Fucking chilled scenery.
Lord Mo will have his day.
Walker let the word.
If you like free electricity, you will love this. Why doesn't every home in Scotland have brand new solar panels? The number one reason is not about Scottish weather, sunlight, or even politics. Actually, because most people don't know they can get brand new solar panels from this new Scottish-approved solar programme. People just assume they have to pay thousands of pounds to get solar panels and thousands more to get them installed. But the truth is, you can get new solar panels on your roof for little to no.
That's room to let rip with a toilet-cracking explosion of
liquid filth.
Disney knew that they were going to have to release a trailer for Snow White sooner or later, and well, it went about as well as you might expect. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a movie make so many missteps and receive such nuclear-level backlash in my entire career, from the laughably bad leaked photographs to the tiresome, updated for modern audiences premise, to the gratingly unpleasant interviews with the lead actress, and even the baffling decision not to cast dwarf actors for fear of offending Peter Dinklage. Snow White really was the perfect storm of everything so painfully predictable and ridiculous about modern entertainment, twisting and contorting itself into something barely recognizable from the original in a desperate attempt to pander to absolutely everyone. And when the announcement came that the project was going to be delayed by more than a year, almost certainly in response to the massive amount of negative publicity, it honestly seemed like they might just shit-can the whole thing. Because really, what was the point in pressing ahead with a movie that everyone in the world seemed to despise? How many hundreds of millions of dollars were you willing to lose just to make a point? Well, we got our answer at Disney's recent D23 Expo, their annual get-together where they announce a bunch of shit projects that nobody wants, and try to pretend that the company isn't falling down around their ears. Anyway, after basically going radio silent on this movie for almost a year and hoping that the backlash would die down, Disney decided that the time was right to release their first trailer. And in case you were wondering, yes, it was just as gaudily oversaturated with eye-damaging colours, just as laden with fake, edgy, self-important music, just as crammed full of eerily uncanny CGI animals that looked great in cartoon form but weird and unnatural in live action as you might expect. And yes, there was no sign of Prince Charming because I think Rachel Zegler's made her thoughts on that character pretty clear already.
All of Andrew's scenes could get cut, who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
And as for the dwarves, sorry, diverse, magical, gender, non-conforming, vertically challenged individuals, these things are absolute nightmare fuel. I mean, just look at them. Look at how jerky and unnatural their movements are. Look at their weird, rubbery, soulless faces. It's like watching an interview with Kevin Feige. They would have looked bad enough in a purely animated movie, but the fact that they're superimposed next to an actual human being so that we can very clearly see how fake they look is just further proof that the entire concept behind this movie was a horrifically bad idea. I mean, just pause for a moment and imagine how much better and more natural this scene would have looked, not to mention how much cheaper it would have been to film if they just shot it on an actual physical set and used actual dwarf actors. It would have given Rachel Zegler something to actually play against, instead of the horrifying reality that she was almost certainly dancing by herself in a big empty room for this sequence with some tennis balls on sticks as a visual reference for the dwarves. On that subject, actually, old Rachel's been suspiciously quiet in recent months, almost like she's been told by Disney that every time she opens her mouth and expresses another dumb, entitled, disrespectful, and poorly thought-out opinion, she actively shaves millions of dollars off the film's box office total. The last time she made a major appearance in relation to this film, it was during a very carefully controlled conversation with Halle Bailey, and if you know anything about body language and tone of voice, it's pretty funny to compare the quiet, demure, soft-spoken and thoughtful Zegler in that interview with the brash, outspoken, abrasively overconfident version we saw just a few months earlier.
The cartoon was made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power.
Several months later.
The cartoon is so beloved. It's like a monumental moment in film history. Yeah. It's like the first feature-length cartoon movie, to the point where it won honorary Oscars, and all of these amazing things that happened for that film are the reason that you and I really get to sit here today, because it made Disney what it is.
That, my friends, is what happens when someone gets the mother of all bollockins from their boss.
It's Hollywood, baby.
The movie was always going to have a problem framing the central conflict of an evil stepmother jealous of Snow White's otherworldly beauty, when said stepmother was played by Gal Gadot, one of the most famously beautiful actresses in Hollywood today, and Snow White was played by, well, you get the picture. Fortunately, though, the trailer manages to completely emphasize the problem even more. Yes, I know that fairest of them all in this case is meant to represent truth and justice and leadership, or something equally vague and intangible that's been awkwardly ported into a narrative that totally doesn't support it, but that concept is not conveyed here at all. It's the cinematic equivalent of putting a Lamborghini next to a Ford Escort and implying the Lamborghini is the one that feels jealous. Somehow I don't think people are going to buy into this. Also, you've got to love the revamped version of the Whistle While You Work song that leaked online a couple of days ago. It's basically the perfect distillation of everything that's designed for modern audiences. And in case you're curious about the difference, check out this little side-by-side comparison.
Now you wash the dishes, now you wash. You tidy up the room. You tidy up the room. You clean the fireplace. You get no power. And I'll use the broom. You know, the broom.
Notice how in the original movie, Snow White offers to clean up the dwarf's home with a little help from her animal friends. It's a little token of respect and appreciation on her part, in return for giving her food and shelter. But the horrifying notion of a woman doing any kind of domestic chores, even as a temporary response to a very specific situation, clearly doesn't gel with modern sensibilities. Because as we all know, modern independent women would never be seen dead sweeping up, or tidying, or cleaning dirty dishes. All of that stuff just kind of happens by itself now, I guess. So in the new version, she forces the dwarves themselves to clean up the place. That's right, they take her into their home, offer her protection and food and everything else she needs, and in return she forces them to do even more work for her. This is the point at which identity politics, storytelling and simple common sense all come into conflict with each other, and the latter two are sacrificed in favour of the former. Anyway, whatever. The point here is that if this trailer was Disney's big shot at turning around public opinion of their least popular movie since The Marvels, then I don't think it's accomplished its mission. In fact, it's just further proof that they should probably do their shareholders a favour and fat-girl this thing out of existence. It will not be missed. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
That point, I lost very it really wasn't until February of this year that I finally gave therapy a chance. And the cool thing here is I actually use BetterHelp to do it. In fact, I still use it weekly to this day. And I gotta tell you, I feel very foolish for not using it sooner. I'd say it wasn't until about the fourth session, but all of a sudden I started having these just aha moments. And it was like, oh, wait a minute, so you're telling me that other people experience this? This is normal. It's helped me get my motivation back. It got me going back to the gym. It just feels like somebody took a giant weight off my shoulders. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy affordable and accessible. Finding a therapist can be really difficult, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier than ever because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you with a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist, and a great bit of peace of mind too. If the therapist you get matched with isn't right for you, you can easily switch to a new therapist with no additional cost, without stressing about your insurance, your network, or anything like that. So if you're going through a hard time, or if you just want to better yourself, BetterHelp is an amazing place to go.
what the judge said to Tyler Kay is he was jailed for racist posts on X, or human rights being violated, just another day for it. A Northampton man, a Northampton man jailed for inciting racial hatred had a fundamentally racist mindset. Her Honour Judge Adrienne Lucking told Tyler Kay that he knew his post would stir up racial hatred as he was jailed for 3 years and 2 months today at Northampton Crown Court. Here are Judge Lucking's sentencing remarks, yet cut some of the more inflammatory language into account for our family audience. You've been committed for sentencing to the Crown Court at Northampton for the offence of publishing written material which was threatening, abusive or insulting, intending thereby to stir up racial hatred or having regard to all the circumstances that racial hatred was likely to be stirred up. Likely to stir up racial hatred is an extremely vague term that lawyers are still to this day arguing about, because even the people that wrote the law are like,
grant me this one
meant by that. Right, because, again, like I've said many times before, when it comes to speech legislation, the government loves a grey area. They love a grey area, because with this law, you can post fuck whitey all day, every day, if you wanted, and absolutely nothing will happen to you. But if you say, I don't like these immigrants coming over here, fuck, you can get sent to prison. That's just the way it works, and that's the way it's intended to work. Your offending must be seen in the context of the widespread and extensively reported scenes of disorder, violence and criminal damage which have taken place around the country, beginning in Southport and spreading to other locations between of July 30th, 2024 to date in a number of cities across the country. So this guy's just another one of many people who are getting arrested and within 3 days getting sent away for very heavy sentences. Just like Stalin did.
Hey, guess what? I just got my free Love Honey toy, and so can you. Just click on the link, enter your email address, and in minutes you get a free toy or gift voucher. What are you waiting for?
Which is why everybody's calling him Keir Stalin, along with calling him two-tier Keir. There has, of course, been coverage of this disorder in mainstream media and online, and you knew that your conduct participated in and encouraged a pattern of incidents involving racial hatred and serious disorder that took place around the country. This conduct will always attract immediate and substantial punishment. Well, no, not always. Again, if it's towards white people, then the courts and the police do not give a fuck. But however, if it's against anybody else, oh yeah, you're getting sent away for a long time. On Wednesday, August 7th, on the social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, your account made a public post stating, mass deportation now, nothing wrong with that, set fire to all the ethnic relevant bastards for all I care. If that makes me racist, so be it. Not directly a call for violence. Yes. The post added the hashtags, hashtag stand with Lucy Connolly, hashtag fuck Thampton Shire Police, nothing wrong with that, hashtag conservative, hashtag Farage riots, don't call them the Farage riots, it's nothing to do with him, hashtag riots UK, hashtag Northampton. Following his postings of the message, that's 100% the plan, plus gloves, no car either, so no number plates to travel, and a change of clothes nearby your other posts on X made clear a desire to be involved in organised protests in Northampton and providing guidance to others on techniques to avoid police detection. Free speech. The post included a screenshot of another message inciting action against the named immigration solicitors in Northampton, including a time and place where highlighted. Several fire emojis were present and the words "no more immigration" and "mask up," along with your added comment. The original post was deleted or removed, so have a screenshot instead. Right, now in regards to this, I believe this should have been done, the Brandenburg test. I'll save it for the end. Your words added were, let's go. A similar screenshot was posted by you 6 hours later on the same day with numerous hashtags, this time including hashtag immigration, hashtag asylum and hashtag regrets. I will say, this man's words are very silly, especially with the environment that we're living in. I mean, that's the equivalent of living in Iran and tweeting out, fuck the Ayatollah, right? You're asking for trouble. You were arrested at your home address and interviewed yesterday and interviewed just yesterday, and the very next day he's sent away for 3 years. You admitted that you were responsible for the posts and denied being a racist, and you denied any intention to cause harm but might have gone to watch on the sidelines. You implied that the posts were as a result of your sense of humour. You have served the basis of plea today at the effect that you did not, by your actions, intend to stir up racial hatred. You have given evidence on a trial of issue. I've rejected your basis of pleas. You are an intelligent, articulate, and media-savvy person. You were evasive about...
At Amazon, you'll find quality products you can trust at prices you'll feel good about. So you can rock your world. Search on Amazon today.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to get the Dragon Bolt of Flurry Sacks, which is essentially an incantation that bolsters you and your allies nearby, as well as a special Ancient Dragon Flurry Sacks summon that you can use as a spirit. Now this is all through the means of using Fiolir's concoction. However, if you do use his concoction, you do miss out on a very important item which lets you turn into a dragon form. If you instead look for that, check the comments down below if you haven't in this video. So we're going to make our way to our first site of grace, the main via like maybe the note, and you can be the or weary of life. You really don't care the jump we do direct. And right over here when you're ready, you will then get the Ancient Dretu, a site of grace over here. Then we will need to fight for combat. Thing off in the distance at this location right over here towards your east is Furled Finger, which you can use to study on. So go ahead and speak to her. Once you get here, you'll have the option to ask about Egon, and then you're going to go ahead and rest at a site of grace, and then you're going to use the pastime option in order to set to nightfall. And then you're going to set it to morning, and then you're going to set it to nightfall again. Now we can go ahead and get up, and she should presumably be asleep over here, standing like in a sleep pose, I guess. You'll see that she is muttering to herself. Then you will eventually get the option to talk to her. Just a warning again, if you do give her this concoction, you will not be able to get her dragon form item or the weapon that she drops by doing the other quest line linked in the description. And you'll see you can use Theolier's concoction on her, just like this while she's sleeping. Just pour it into her mouth. That's not weird at all. And now we're going to go ahead and wake her up by going to the site of grace, go to pastime, do until morning, and then until nightfall, and then until morning again. And then go ahead and stand up, and you should see that she is now awake, and she'll tell you that she has broken her pledge. She has succumbed to the deep slumber. If she says these things, you are good to go and fight Baal. So, yeah, this is the hardest part of this whole thing. So now you're going to make your way back to Egon's location from the foot of the Jagged Peak location where you were previously, and we're going to continue along this way. You can go ahead and follow me as I lead you to where the Baal fight is.
I have broken. I succumbed to the that was meant for most craven act. Forgive me, my lord. I have fallen. Go. Go. My lord will no
Oh, I'm really fucking sick of this here. It's so boring.
You'll see this will be the Jagged Peak mountainside site of grace.
Boss, oh, I need your help big time. What
are you doing?
Nothing. No, this needs your help. Right, you need to pause your game. I need you to read that and help me. Just get that through there. I mean, there we go. What's wrong with it? It's like the eating.
What?
I'm just checking it. I'm not in that.
No, but
I've got to send my driver, otherwise can you read it? Aye, but this is a different one. This is for a different company. This is for the Young the Moor, which is actually with a different company. The Young you sent it to was Atlas. Right? That's I think it's Enterprise that one's time. The poison that will still be there, won't it? Just for case I forward in the room there. Register and that. Is that heat coming off your PlayStation?
Yeah, I do.
No, the heat's coming off. I've got to register where I'm off Sweden and then the course starts at 8 in the morning. I click on the link, then that lets me tell that I'm ready. Go put the code Swiss, Sweden into 8. That'll go. You're putting it on the page.
The driving license number.
Rightio. Driving license. Driver's qualification card, that's correct. Driving card, that's correct. Driving license. Right, I'm pretty sure so. No, what do you? We're getting to relax. Brother Jens is Tesco's just telling you about. See how bright what's bright it's not. We'll see where the batteries were. We'll see how bright it's got. Shave this morning.
Declaration eligibility. I currently hold or have previously held a DQC card for the LDD. I currently hold a previously held DQC card for PCD. Use
You slept all day?
No.
I don't know. Did you see the rain this morning?
Depends on the lip all it. I swear to fuck God, man, I'm gonna buy it. Fuck me.
Look. I got up there.
She's trying to fucking rape my leg. She's doing it in the face.
Je sais pas, c'est maybe going in the break again. I could see her on the back. Oh, right. When we get your pups and we get you in up too half it. You'd have a good season of 8 and I'd want to keep them all. Imagine that. I hate them running about the house. The wheels are fucking mental. No. They should be destroyed. Imagine 8 pups chowing everything. You go to in your bed and these collapse.
You chill on the way for it. Blues, moms, goats, carpets.
What they are thinking about you know?
I do something half of other animals too. You have
Pups and that, they care for them and everything, and then all of a sudden they're all God.
Don't know. You give them a protein food, the stuff that's right. And with cats and that, they're only ever till they're old enough to look after themselves, and then that's it. If they forget, they go into moving to one for milk, kittens and pups and shit.
All as usual. I've got a face that.
Get specific moisturisers for that shit, so you can do your face cream and stuff like that.
Unless you're using like
Good name stuff. Nobody using it, it's expensive. All the time.
yeah, that was something.
I think the slowest fucking website and that's been a fucking slow website.
You bastards could get the fucking thing to get rid of it. No, I don't mean this morning. Late get messaging back. See what I'm getting you today. See if I'd left it. Left it for a wee while. Look in the fucking chairs for the bastards. 15, 50.
Let's see what you think next.
No, that's working straight through.
Holy!
So,
fucking wanting the covers.
What's that? You get something slevin. Something used to do with the colours and everything, you'd lie down for your head in the pillow and it was fucking stoking and slaver, but fucking monkey as fuck. It's kind of old, you can lie near the black in your feet and everything. When old and tell them the story, still for the sake of doing these stuff again. Never yet. What's that, the moisturiser? See the shops like you walk in and it's whole free and all that, so there's this I could stand in shops sniffing oils and everything all day. But after a few your nose gets into the smells and you don't smell the right smell. See, like if you got all corners like doing at Tesco's and you were doing a long sniff no more, see after a few it starts to Stairs.
That's it, man. You do everything you fucking asked for. That and fucking load.
See the set above Jan, the lad. After every 5 minutes, I was up at the office seeing all Jim letting and Ken getting a running that sorted out for skills don't be bad. No, honestly, it's the he's sitting talking and then all he hears fucking Metallica.
As I said, you want to pick smells, you press the button and swipe it from your phone.
The same rhythm, the bottom words, and bad at unions. Possession of a fucking Boston. To go and pick up 2 wee grapes to take them to the still not pet. That's it, Joe Johnson says, not half the skill overlap, like, then goes and Deb and you mouse are all together. And they says, aye, there is. Because Jim phoned them to say to them, Ken, it would be easier for them just to go there, because it's only about 3 miles to Dawson. And instead of coming from there, because it's had an extra 10 miles into my then. Go to there, and young Jim says, there might be 8 places left at that skill. Fucking thumbs after. It's very good. And that's really very happy to go to that. There's no fucking reason to go to the US, but why do you have to go to a public skill and all that business? I mean, that means I'm going to have to go over there early. Pack the wheels up and 8 o'clock. They're going to have to button ready for me being there. And then we're going to be like draft off last. So we're not going to get paid till a little later.
Ollie!
No, because... What are you like?
Oh, it fucking pissing me off.
Yeah, look at that, it's looking good for you.
Really not, because this is really fucking pissing me off. Like, this is fucking loading.
As in, it's not your fault that one that was getting sent through.
Every time I hit submit, it loads for a wee while and then just stops. And then fucking smash something. Well, I'm fucking pissed off at this fucking game, and this pish is fucking pissing me off.
Look at this.
You could have been there, just sitting with fucking spoon in his feet. And Elden then it's a hard game, so
There you go. What have you been up to? Yeah? What have you been up to? What have you been up to? Massive. 3, 3, 4 minutes. Huh? You gonna hold me?
it's just where she goes out with excited. She pumped so. Really not that. You come that
But
it's a man.
no,
Good on.
not my block. Everything's on.
No, I'm not food.
Maybe I'll get home first. Stop doing that. Actually, something stuff. You've got like rumble now. Gate rumble.
Spider wasn't fucking nothing.
Better? You did them once. Not that good. I didn't. I played it that. Must have been somewhere in this state.
This button up here, that's for your Wi-Fi.
I didn't really see a button up in this part. Because I picked it up and shoved it in my trouser pocket. Could I have brushed it?
Split the anger. That's done now, yeah. I uploaded everything we needed. Yeah. Yeah, we killed pouch thingy. No, that's fine. That's just been shared here. Get TC the bullshit I have to fucking go through this. What, are we stomper? Yeah, pick up my I don't know. Push it in a bit further. Thanks. You can set it up the way on the side. Just push it for the building. Quite fast. I'll work it out. Well, that's what it's got 11. No, it's alright if you're sitting watching a video or something. Set it on its side. Create the mobile phone. I could sit with my laptop, sit with my phone at half last week in the morning, flip my laptop behind them. Good eye. That's what the police were telling us today. See the farmer? Yeah. The farmer says he sat his lap, he lay down on the couch, right? His couch lies and he's got a great big fucking tail and bigger. So what he did was he sat his laptop, right? Picked it and mute so they could see him. But he was looking by watching the telly. Just sitting listening to them while he was... Put it mute so he could watch the telly and they couldn't hear that he was watching the telly. So he wasn't even really fucking listening to it. Ken, you're sitting like that and it's in front of you. It would look as if he was looking. Ken, he was paying attention. He says, well, I was watching the telly all day. He says, I was fucking listening to this. That's quite clever. I suppose you could do the same if you can be asked. I just send me a mobile phone and doing a fucking Zoom meet. Be setting your risk, but that's why you get the things in the back so you can upload the laptop. Right, see what bullshit I have to deal with here. Mindful, I shouldn't have fucking played it till it was on the hard. I've seen enough when he parked that sword, but that was enough for me. Don't get swords that size. It's a fantasy game. You just have to fight it. Not just silly. It's not realistic. It's not meant to be. Ready? That's big opening arena. What do you expect's going to drop down on me? From the right. Just like this. There's a wee slide shield. Is that it's just a shield? Fucking slab of stain, aye. It's the best shield in the game, so it is. There it is. Bale the fucking dread asshole that he is. Right, no. That's my file. Get up. This guy that I just suddenly no happy with this dragon because it grappled him. That's my wee, it's a clone of myself basically. I use it to distract it so it doesn't fucking constantly aggro into me. It also damage it of course. Let's fuck it off a half speed up because of the game. Fair enough. Aye, you see the horrors that I have to face, that's why I'm fucking annoyed. Because they kill you off easy. If you let it hit you, it's fucking 1-2 shots to your beat. Big angry bastard dragon. Ow. See what I mean? One hit and half your health, like, bye! Distract it, please. You were saying that's the room's warm, that's why I bought the fans, because it's always this warm.
It must be. No. It could be the heat of the PlayStation and the telly and that is... Oh well, I must say I don't notice it, to be honest. Oh aye, obviously, but... And I said, well, I'm not noticing it, must not be the PlayStation. Because the next call here. And you fucking cunt. That's it. That's funny. It's a new thing you'll get used to eventually. I've smashed a couple of plates down the stair because of the fucking size of the kitchen now. See, because it's weirder than what it used to be. When I turn my fucking thumb round, I fucking end up punching a plate out the fucking dish. Right. Fucking awful annoying. Smashed one of my plates that my fucking punch when I was in Logan. Raging. Oh, my heat's thumping. I've only fucking painkillers left. Fuck's sake. It's your fault, Oliver. It's all your fault.
It won't grab on to it! Are you kidding me? See ya. Why is he not doing it? Why is it on fuse? These fucking controls stop! Hit this guy with a computer. Leader! Leader! What are you doing? What's happening to our great leader? He's gone crazy. Freeze him. Freeze this swamp. How dare you turn on us? Oh, we've been collecting for you. Why? Why did you hit me? I'm on your team. You were attacking us in the club. What kind of nonsense? Oh, it's all right now. It's all right. No, you're not. No, you're not. Now you're going to be dappled. The Lionel boner because it's fucking hurt. He's you little maggot. Are you kidding me? Stay still, you crap game! What are you moving around for, you fat fuck? He thinks he's got something for us. Well, do it! Oh my, how is he missing, you little prick? This guy's on to the tee. Oh my god. The start of this game, you are an absolute little bitch. Hey, here's Frank. Look at this, they don't even get staggered. This game is pissing me off, man. And how's he sticking weapons together? He doesn't have this fucking ability, you shitty game. Dog? No! Skirt hands, they have me! Okay. Can't move. They can't get me in water, surely. Yep, they can get me in water. Die, Link, game over. This game fucking sucks. What am I supposed to do then? You shitty game. Oh my god, these controls are horrible. He won't get on it. What the fuck? Okay, apparently you can't get on that. Fuck you! Took it off there now as well. That is some garbage. I fell off. Why does that undo everything you've just done? Shit! Hurt you, fail! Shit! I hereby vow you will rue the day. Behold this true sanctuary, Bandai Egon. That's one. This game is garbage! All that way can't happen. Bastard! Just like the frog. Like the frog you are, you little bastard! Oh my shit! I will riddle with holes your
With every last drop of my being!
This game is cracked, so I gotta go to an earlier load. You cracked that game.
Fuck you, Bale.
Bale the Dread!
Yes, fuck Bale, you dog.
You haunt me no
Why
longer!
can't you skip this? I already know, you c***. Right, I'm ready to snap this fucking game now. I pressed the wrong button because I'm used to the Xbox. Why should be at the top, man? That's what I'm used to, man. Why can you not skip this fucking shit? I don't know if there was a duplicated glitch on this game. I don't know if I'm just going to still take the game so I can't do it. Why would it happen as that? So it's Derek's arguing about what it's like to do it. But it's your game, you party, what you want. And if Derek's genuinely pissed off when people do it, like it's wrecking somehow their experience. What is illegal what people do? Some nerds think it's somehow electing to deceive them. It's like, you take beating the game and doing some stuff and taking the game and life. You just help. Right, this is getting on my nerves. Right, this is just annoying shit! That platform threw me completely off and you think I needed to use it. Fuck shit! No way. What the hell is that? Like, fucking interrogated. So many of them. Or just give it to the new kids. Fucking bury. Fucking scumbag. What a god awful dungeon that was. Crime, whatever you want to fucking call it. Can't look up. This, when you go into this mode, it would look up there, it would miss.
Our dream, long
It
yearned
won't
for, my lord
fucking
was
read.
blessed with. He saw in the insatiable hunger and the very things that would fell away. Warrior, you saw,
On this game all day.
whereas I am fallen. Is that the truth?
Oh my god, this isn't
That
working!
whatever you had in him, it was I,
And now it's
who
over
thought
there.
lies were God made before.
The good news program to
On
accept the whole
second,
country
I
now.
believe you do owe me
This is
something
a
for the
fucking
transfer
shitty game
mail.
of some of these puzzles
You've
don't
stripped
work,
me of
man.
my one and
The
only
second-rate
sup.
shit came
I
back with the
one
big
day,
came up with some of
may
them,
you
so
become
many
a
of them.
dragon home. Lead me, my good.
Kick him. Okay, why? Why does sometimes this crap glue, the magic glue that Nintendo claims is the most powerful new creation in game history of sticky power, just sometimes go, nah, well, just not gonna hold. We made our ship. Wait out! Wait! With his army coming! And then walk at the dog shit. Damn it! Oh, God, horribly wrong for right now. He's out! Hello? Hello? That was easy, you. You hate the light, don't you? Damn you! Hello? The blood toad. Fuck off. Wait till the past is up and keep speaking the waterfall. Get up there, nerd! Clean on, you bitch! The hero of honor really started life into the weakness. What's that? Stronger than ever. What's your head? Well, two shot in, you little wimp. You're shooting at your own man. Why are my own team member shooting at me? What's wrong with you? Is it a game? The hero of Iro's out there. Oh. You're the enemy. I see that now. Why are you doing this, leader? We don't serve you well at a key point. Damn it! Got my own fucking carried with that blast. Fuck off! Oh my god! Get it! Fuck! Why do you have to keep showing that? There's one again. Oh my god, Link, get off, man. Oh my. Since when do you gotta move that blows wind like that? I can't aim because he keeps doing that! What the fuck? Fucking move! Go back!
This. As a busy Erdtree, I never had the time to prep lunch at work. I'd end up grabbing a Greggs or a meal deal. I was chatting to Dad at school pickup and he recommended I try Huel ready to drink. I ordered myself some on their website and I've never looked back. With one pack offering 12 meals at just £3 and 4p each, saving so much money. With 22 grams of protein, 66 essential vitamins and minerals and 172 health benefits, feeling so much better in myself. This is a no-brainer for busy dads, so follow the link to get yours.
What would Batman's contingency plan be for the X-Men? Hypothetically, Batman would not be able to take out the mutants as they are more powerful than the villains in Gotham City. However, with prior knowledge and with prep time, Batman may be able to defeat the X-Men. For Wolverine, Batman can use a large electromagnet to restrain Logan, then keep him in a vat of hydrochloric acid to neutralize his healing factor. For Magneto, Bruce will have to lure him away from highly populated areas to minimize available metal, then use high-velocity plastic rounds to disable him. For Nightcrawler, he can be lured into a room full of mirrors or an electric field to prevent him from teleporting out. For Cyclops, holographic clones can be used to distract him. Then a powerful sedative will be used to keep him unconscious. For Professor X, Batman can wear Magneto's helmet, then take him out in hand-to-hand combat. What would Batman...
Stay back. Fuck back. What are you smiling at?
Boss, $200. Give me a socket set.
$200? Have you used all the tools in this truck?
Hey.
What's up, y'all? Got a banger from the Modern King. Let's get straight into it.
I think that men need to toughen up, and I think if men were forced to be homeless, they would learn how to be better men.
50-50 divorces aren't fair. Stepmoms should be given 100% of everything in divorce and should be awarded alimony for life.
Make men worship you.
It is all men until proven otherwise.
I think that men need to toughen up, and I think if men were forced to be homeless, they would learn how to be better men.
Say what?
That's what made men manly in the past, was having to build houses and stuff.
And stuff.
Stuff.
Yeah. Things. That's not what made men manly.
So if we just made men be homeless for like a year, I think it would fix a lot of problems.
That would be so good, especially because we don't force men to do military anymore like they used to. They make them homeless for a year.
We are under the law of military conscription, so we still have to be in the draft. What are you talking about?
Let's see how they fucking
make them just figure it out.
What? No. They can't be serious.
And make them homeless in a country where they don't know the language. And that way they really have to go through something, and then maybe they can like be appreciative.
Wait, so what if we apply that same logic to women, to toughen them up a little bit and give them a good dose of the reality that they actually live in? You know, take their rights away for a year so they can actually understand how not oppressed they really are in this country. Oh, wait, that probably wouldn't go over very well, would it? No. But then again, hearing stuff like this come out of some women's mouths does make me really appreciate how some can actually perceive women as illogical and irrational.
You know what's funny? The same women who say these types of things are the same ones that think roads magically build themselves. And like Lady J said, if we use their own logic against them, they would have a meltdown about it.
No doubt they would.
50-50 divorces aren't fair. Stepmoms should be given 100% of everything in divorce and should be awarded alimony for life.
You serious?
First.
Alimony for life? Oh my God. These women are just going to have retirement plans of just being a stay-at-home mom for as long as they can until they're like, you know what? I'm sick of it. I want to go back into the streets.
She's a runner. She's a track star.
I want to go get on the wiener carousel, get some more men in me. like a hot dog line at Costco. Get as many wieners as we can, and then I'll just take all of his money, and then I'll live off his money. That'll be great, right? Like, good Lord.
Data from background.
We don't care. Remember, gentlemen, these women don't want to go 50-50 until it's time for divorce.
Yeah.
But sometimes 50% isn't even enough, and they want everything.
Dude, here's what grinds my gears. Is that a lot of women out there would get mad and demonize a man for saying, hey, I'll come in and be 50-50 with you. Because here's the thing, right now you're paying 100% of your bills. So the fact that another person is willing to come into your life and say, hey, I will pay for 50% of all the things that you have, that is a blessing. Screaming from the rooftops, glad that there's another person in this world that would come in and take on half the financial responsibility of what you got going on. Because once again, those are all your problems. That's what's crazy to me. If somebody, let me know in the comments, because I know we have a lot of guys that watch. If a woman came up to you and said, hey, I want to take on half the financial responsibility that you have, us men would be so happy. We'd be like, yes, come on in. 50%, I'll take it. But a lot of these ladies think 50% ain't even enough. They want 100% or nothing. Well, buy a dog, die alone. As simple as that.
Because it's so unfair that they have to get a job and be the strong, independent women they claim to be.
It's wild to me.
80% of stay-at-home moms have zero retirement, which is why elderly females are the most vulnerable.
This kind of mindset is just a me mentality, and she's not in it for the we in the family dynamic.
Thanks.
Because why the hell are you in a marriage if you're already thinking about your exit plan? Because thinking about your retirement or any money that you would have in case this man is not around or in case you get divorced means that you're already thinking about it. And you think about it enough, eventually you're going to follow through with it. And why the hell would you be entitled to 100% when he's busting his ass every single day to give you everything that you want? And it's not his fault that you resent having children because you feel like you missed out on life. It's not his fault that you feel like you need to get paid for having his children. Do you see how selfish and delusional and entitled that is? He doesn't get paid for providing for you. He goes to a job. He misses milestones. He misses family events. He misses time with his family in order to give you what you need, and you just want to take it from him. Like, make it make sense. And imagine committing to somebody and telling them that you want to spend the rest of your life with them and committing to them in a marriage, but then simultaneously, when you feel resentment and you're upset at your lifestyle, you want to destabilize him to take 100% of everything that you guys have built together.
Crazy, bro.
That's selfish as hell. And what kind of person are you to say to yourself, oh, I want this man to suffer because I'm suffering, because I'm just a miserable ass human being?
It's the whole tit for tat, nickel and diming, eye for an eye. It's such a toxic ideology in a relationship where you think, well, I'm giving this and then I need to get this. This is why I say women grow old, they never grow up, because it's a childish nature. That is a kid's mindset when it comes to sharing. You know how you tell kids, you have to share. Well, I'm sharing more than they're sharing, and they're not sharing as much as me. Stop acting like a child. Be a grown-up. Life is hard. Get a helmet. You know what I'm saying? Like, these women got to realize that us as men, we're sacrificing a lot to provide a type of luxury, or hopefully somewhat a luxury, right? You got the bills paid, roof over your head, you got food in your belly, clothes on your back. That's a luxury. And did you know that if you make $30,000 or a year or more, like, you already are in the top 1% globally? 30% or $30,000 a year or more, 1% globally. So what are we really complaining about here?
It's not love. That's not compassion. That's not empathy. And are you really looking at the best interest of your family and your kids if you're trying to destabilize the other side of the fence?
Facts.
Like, be for real. And in terms of alimony, if men are expected to pay their way after a divorce, then you should only get alimony for 1 freaking year. Get your shit together, grow up, get a job, make your own money, and stop depending on a man that you hated so much that you decided to break your family up and leave it behind, all for what, a freaking paycheck?
Well, dude, a lot of these modern women are, they're wrecking their own homes, as Kevin Samuels would say. Like, they're going out there and they're incentivized by the government to wreck their own homes. I'm so glad that Governor DeSantis finally banned the lifetime alimony, because that was crippling a lot of men. These dudes were having to move states, hire lawyers just to get some of their money back. They worked their entire lives while the wife stayed at home and cooked and cleaned. Shout out to the women that do that. Shout out to the women that are the stay-at-home moms, that, you know, are the nurturers of the family. They keep the culture alive. They cook, they clean, they organize, and they keep that family unit together, because I believe a good woman makes a house a home. But at the same time, without a man's money, there is no home to make a house, or there is no house to make a home. You know what I mean? So if women weren't incentivized to divorce these men, they would stay with them. If they didn't get any money after divorcing them, they would stay with these men. But the thing is, the law right now, and as far as like how the court system deals with divorce, is totally backwards.
Well, congratulations. Now you actually have to go work and stop being a mooch and a late wife and a human being
to someone that tried to take care of you and have a family with you.
She's preaching.
Here's a map of registered sex offenders in Los Angeles. All these individual little dots. You wouldn't take those chances in a hypothetical situation, so women aren't going to take those chances in real life. For women, it is all men until proven otherwise. While women can be on this list, and it's possible, it's not as probable. And that's the point here. If the small percentage of women who do it upset you, then why wouldn't the large percentage of men who do it upset you too? You're not an advocate against assault. You're an advocate against women. That's exactly.
Tell me you hate men without telling me you hate men. Just these women right here, you can tell they've just been ran.
She's a runner. She's a track star.
And now the only way she can get back at the guys that have ran her through is just to say all men are terrible, all men are this, all men are that. Honey, it's okay. You live in LA. You couldn't find a man that would actually cuff you. You don't have to hate on all of us. Like, come on. Even on this channel, we don't hate all women. There's a lot of women in here that we praise and that are very based. But like women like this, like chastising all men, yeah, there's some bad apples in LA, but like that's everywhere, bro.
Exactly what makes you good guys so dangerous.
You really want to know why men are sick of hearing this message? It is because you said, quote, why wouldn't the large percentage of men upset you too? When men know, you know, we all know that it is not the majority of men. Right. Even when you run the numbers, look, I did a quick Google search and you guys can check me on this, but I found that there are 750,000 offenders in the U.S. Let's say about 75% of them are male, because apparently Google says 25% are female, or a grand total of 562,000. The total male
I was about to say.
population is 165 million. When you do the math, that is 0.34% of males. So I think it becomes pretty clear that this message is purely to demonize men and doesn't really have anything to do with keeping women safe.
Fact.
Know that in the United States, 1 in 3 women feel really uncomfortable when you're in the apartment gym and a group of boys comes in when they can just go to the actual gym and never feel uncomfortable?
I got to grow up in a little bit different time. A time when men could have safe spaces, places to hang out, and work on whatever it is they wanted to work on without having to worry about women being around and doing what women do, making it all about them. Which is why they went about making sure that any gym that catered primarily or only to men was targeted and harassed until they accepted women, while at the same time insisting that it's perfectly fine to have women-only gyms. The primary argument, of course, being that it's safer for women to have women-only gyms, while at the same time arguing...
Aren't women the ones filming themselves with like yoga pants on that are all the way up their butt crack with their boobs out? Like, women are the ones doing that. Really? It's not a lot of men. Somebody want a carrot? You want a carrot, Lokes? Free. Wait. Free. Go to your place. For some of you guys giving me a hard time, oh, Levi, he doesn't eat just carrots, he eats meat. Dogs aren't vegetarian. I know. Stupid. His morning snack, which is typically when I record, is a carrot. For lunch, he gets meat. Okay? So just chill out in the comments. I get so tired of having to charge people up of like, he's not a vegetarian, not a vegan. He needs meat. Trust me, I know he gets meat for lunch.
Doing that. They want to be able to go to men's gyms because, well, they aren't dangerous. Female logic for you, right? And men were generally accepting of it, and we managed to peacefully coexist for a few years, but that had to come to an end also. Because not only did women want to have women-only gyms, they wanted to ensure that they had first rate.
With 6 young children, HelloFresh is a lifesaver for us. It's delivered straight to our door with
Down how to get to the secret area of Scataview, north of Shadow Keep, and Elden Ring's new expansion, Shadow of the Erdtree. Although this area is right next to the keep, you can't get there through traditional methods while clearing the dungeon, as you have to exit out of a secret area you can only get to through the currently flooded church district. And the path to this church district begins all the way down here in Morth Ruins. Jump into this hole, and follow the lights all the way down, grab the side of grates, and interact for north. While here, it'll be flooded. You'll need to jump your way across the rooftops, fighting or avoiding a bunch of crabs, and one of these dudes I hate so much. Until you jump over to this stone path, head up to the roof, drop down onto this beam, Drop down onto this path, and then take a right before taking the first left. Follow the path around, climb the ladder, and open the sluice gate to drain the water. Now that the area is no longer flooded, fast travel back to the first site of grace you encountered when entering this area. Your goal is an elevator here, so drop down and head to the left until you can enter this building. And then run to the elevator on the right side. Once reaching the top, take out Mesmer's fire dude before taking the first right to another elevator. This will take you all the way to a secret area within the specimen storehouse and Shadow Keep. Take a left and activate the back section side of Grace, and continue onto the ladder.
Mir psadlut nid ignu. You're the goodest. You're the goodest of all. Oh, you baby.
The elevator on the right side. Later here, so drop down and head to the left until you can enter this building. And then onto the elevator on the right side. Once reaching the top, take out Mesmer's fire dude before taking the first right to another elevator. This will take you all the way to a secret area within the specimen storehouse and Shadow Keep. Take a left and activate the back section side of Grace, and continue.
fear. For I am God. I fear this one. Whoa.
continue onto the ladder. Stealth kill the fire dude at the top, take a right to go up the stairs, and hug the right wall until you find a hole on the outside. Jump out the hole, take a right, and continue the path to re-enter the building. Activate the left side of Grace, and then take the nearby elevator to the rafters. Keep in mind you'll have bats up here who throw sound waves at you, so try and take them out from range, or keep a shield up so you don't get pushed back and off the path. Follow along the rafters until you reach a ladder. Go up, take a right, continue forward until you come face to face with a bat, and jump down to the lower path to your right. Keep going forward until you see a ladder on your left. Take the ladder down, turn to the right, and head out another hole in the building to see
Well, I took you for no matter lay out your arm. took you for dinner, no matter. Lay out your own.
Idą brakili jak tu Sabriny.
good to see you. I have you to I can have I'm as yet. But and if there's well I search Roderica, this I need to warn you a little while and I can hear the howler plethora can't even not even that you should keep I know you I can hear it the howling you should keep I know you I feel like I'm really I can under Master Hugh said once again I can hear it the howling you should keep I know you
Well, I took you for no matter lay out your own. Regardless, as ever, it's good to see an imprisoned time. I've gone so.
It's a booty clean. Why do people suck at fighting the sun? fuck? Zebra, bundle, imminent, the bundle. Oh, stinky. Stinky, stinky baby. Need a shower. Go for one later. Oh, there we go.
Now, little.
Menus just for member stash and beer to eliminate trade. There's a great before and after. UK Police Commissioner threatens to extradite and jail US citizens over online posts. We'll come after you. Yeah, okay. Do Texas first. Go over there and try the rest of the plate. I mean, you'll be fine. You
You'll be fine. Go over and try and do Texas first. But before we get started, have you been in an accident that wasn't? Is it fun? Is dealing off up the type in your claim and keep up with your lawyers through your smartphone. Support is ready. Go in all 50 should the worst happen in Morgan. London's Metropolitan Police Chief warned that officials will not only be cracking down on British citizens for commentary on the riots in the UK, there are already mass arrests, very, very fast, speedy trials, everyone getting sent away for a very, very long time. No Muslims at all have been in prison so far. None, not one. But a lot of, right-wing, normal, everyday English and British patriots, well, they're all getting sent away in a couple of days for bad sentence. They're all getting bad things. And don't worry, there is no two-tier policing system. In the UK, but for American citizens as well. We will throw the full force of the law at people, and whether you're in this country committing crimes in the streets or committing crimes from further afield online, we will come after you, Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Mark Rowley told Sky News. Now, you would think that as the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Mark Rowley would know the law. That's kind of the police's whole theme, the law. However, you're totally fucking wrong with this, but we'll save that for the end. Riots have broken out across the United Kingdom in recent days over false rumours spread online that an asylum seeker was responsible for a mass stabbing at a Taylor Swift-themed dance event that left 3 girls dead and others wounded. The murders, allegedly committed by a now 18-year-old British citizen born to Rwandan parents, sparked a series of violent protests happening to broader consensus about the scale of immigration in the UK, because migrants and their descendants are committing a lot of crime. A lot. Tons of crime. But we want to just shut up about it and allow our children to be murdered and raped because we're obviously great big bad racists. Don't listen to us, it's fine, just carry on raping and murdering our children. Whatever. I mean, I want to look like a very nice, good and virtuous person online. Yeah, whatever, rape the kids, who cares? Because that's not as important as how nice of a person I look and my social brownie points. I will never jeopardise. I will sacrifice your children for my social brownie points. Footage of the violent clashes involving anti-immigration protesters and the groups of counter-protesters, some of whom have been seen waving Palestinian flags, has gone viral on social media. And the government is warning that sharing such content may have serious consequences. You're even getting people that get jailed just for turning up and watching the riots. Yeah. Basically, of course, Labour got in and immediately went full authoritarian. The leftists is the only way their government can survive. One key aspect to make is apparently this apparent crackdown on social media, particularly shocking to critics, is that the British government is threatening to extradite American citizens from the US to be jailed in the UK for violating their rules about political speech online. A Sky News reporter asked Commissioner Rowley to further explain his warning, arguing that high-profile figures have been whipping up the hatred and that the likes of Elon Musk have been getting involved. She then asked what the police force's plan will be when it comes to dealing with people who are whipping up this kind of behaviour from behind the keyboard who may be in a different country. Rowley answered by telling the reporter, being a keyboard warrior does not make you safe from the law. It does if you use a VPN. You can be guilty of offences of incitement, of stirring up racial hatred. There are numerous terrorist offences regarding the publishing of material, he said. All of those offences are in play if people are provoking hatred and violence on the streets, and we will come after those individuals just as we will physically confront on the streets the thugs and the yobs who are causing the problems for communities. Elon Musk has made headlines for criticising Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's response to the riots last week, suggesting the UK is headed towards civil war. There was actually recently a study done of is violence justified against migrants, and a third of British people said yes. Anyway, he also responded to a video of someone allegedly arrested for offensive online comments with the question, is this Britain or the Soviet Union? We are arresting far more people, way more people than Russia for online social media posts. That's why everyone's like, oh, Russia fucking arrested that Navalny guy and they're trying to put him in jail. Putin bad. And then everyone's like, what, you've been trying to do to Trump for the last 3 years? Anyway, Starmer's spokesperson said there was no justification for Musk's comments. Yes, there was, adding that social media companies can and should be doing more to combat misinformation, the BBC reported. However, most of the stuff that I've seen online is true in actual video footage, but what they mean by misinformation is, you ever seen that scene in Liar Liar? Great movie, I love Liar Liar. See the bit where he stands up and goes, "Objection, Your Honour," and the judge goes, "On what grounds?" And then he says, "On the grounds that it's devastating to my case." Like, that's what they mean by this information. Can you please stop pointing out all the illegal, horrible human rights abuses that we're doing? Stop pointing it out. You're going to get us into trouble. You're going to make us look bad, and that'll make more people rise up against us. Oh no, how awful, how terrible. That's what it boils down to. Free speech laws is basically the government saying, stop pointing out the horrible shit we're doing, because that's turning more and more of the population against us, and that's making you a lot harder to control, and we don't like that. That's what free speech laws are. That's what they are. At their most base level, that is what free speech laws are for. He added that such companies have a responsibility to stop the spread of criminal activity and limit misinformation. Now, there's a guy I know, cousin of mine, serves on the Supreme Court, right? And he told me a little bit about the US-American extradition treaty. In order for a case of extradition to be heard in any way whatsoever, whatever act was committed must be considered a crime in both countries. However, America has this wonderful part of the Constitution called the First Amendment, which gives them freedom of speech. Granted, not under particular circumstances, like incitement to riot, blah, 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 blah. And there are some people that have been picked up in Britain for incitement to riot, but the overwhelming majority of them is just for offensive posts relating to Muslims or relating to migrants, etc., etc. One guy was also arrested for chanting, "Allah, Allah, who the fuck is Allah?" Right? So basically, people are getting arrested for dumb, just offensive speech that just slightly annoyed the protected privileged classes that currently occupy this country. Right? However, in America, they do have the First Amendment, which means that those statements are not considered a crime in any way. Which means even if Britain did submit an extradition request, America would go, no, because that's not a crime here. It's just not a crime. And even if America did decide to entertain this absolute nonsense case, all that would happen is the person in America who was accused would just say, I am lodging an appeal because if I am extradited to Britain, my human rights would be violated, which when it comes to speech, they absolutely would be. Britain violates human rights constantly, all the time, especially right now under Keir Starmer. You're getting people that are getting sent away for saying, one guy was jailed just the other day for posting Facebook memes. No joke, he was posting Facebook memes, right? He posted 3 memes of a bunch of Muslims standing around a crying baby, that was wearing a Union Jack as a shirt, and it said, coming to a town near you. He was jailed for posting that stuff, right? So that means if you were sent to Britain, yes, for a fact, your human rights would be violated. Your human right to freedom of speech would be violated, and the judge would toss it out. Or at least my cousin definitely would. He definitely would throw it out. So basically, even if America did entertain the case, they would lose Britain would lose anyway. They would get told to fuck off. Now, unfortunately, we don't have human rights in Britain. Everyone's like, oh, but the ECHR, we don't obey the ECHR. Right, yeah, we signed it, blah, 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 just the same as many other countries around the world signed the Geneva Convention, and they don't obey that either. Right? It's just the way it is over here. So, and that's the thing that's funny, is this is the chief of the Metropolitan Police. And he doesn't understand the law.
Who said you could ask me out? Do you even have an ability?
What?
My last boyfriend was a level 3. Do you think I'd slum it with a level 1 loser like you?
I only asked you for your number because we're lab partners.
Unbelievable.
I live in a world where everyone has superpowers except me.
Yeah, Tristan had to do this.
Thank you. When? You're up next.
Looks like it's my turn. This is gonna suck.
I was born without any powers.
What the hell was that, Quinn?
Do you even have special ability?
No, but my parents died in a war with alien invaders. They left me an ability book, but for some reason, I haven't been able to open mine.
Your parents what?
My parents couldn't afford an ability book.
No powers, and he's poor.
that was willing to sleep with a man. Within an hour, her body count was 0. This is why men prefer younger women, easier, less baggage.
Yeah, but I actually brought that point up.
Wait, why would
that be gross?
Yeah, wait, why is that gross?
Re-say the comment. That sounded really gross.
Okay, I'll pull back.
Said that men prefer younger women because they have less baggage.
Yes, that's a gross thing to say.
No, gross is
Gross to target younger women because they have it's predatory. It's extremely predatory.
How's it predatory? And
to target younger women because they have less experience.
So
that's something that like abusers and groomers purposely say they look for people that are less experienced.
So this is a feminist loaded language. So
you earned that green in your hair.
Yeah.
So you use the term targeted. Predatory, right?
Yes.
So couldn't I just say that women target wealthy and successful men and they're predatory for targeting wealthy and successful men?
Yeah.
Or is it just the reality, the sort of evolutionary biological reality that women tend to be attracted to men of status, men of means? There's a couple reasons there. One, a guy high status could have certain benefits to her and her children, right? So why is that any different than men preferring a younger woman who would be a better partner because she has...
She's not a better partner because she's younger. She's just easier to manipulate. That's genuinely a thing that happens.
I could actually make this other argument.
Very often.
Actually, so I could make another argument. So a woman who's, say, 33 and still single, she is perhaps because of, the time clock when it comes to pregnancy, look, you can get pregnant well into your late 30s, 40s. I can actually just make this argument about easier to manipulate. A woman who's a little more pressed to get into a relationship, she's easier to manipulate because she's like, time's ticking.
Yeah.
And I can manipulate, hold on, let me make the argument.
Okay.
I can manipulate her better because she has a greater
desire.
Desire. No, there's another word I'm thinking of. A greater urgency.
Yes.
Because of her greater urgency to enter into a relationship, she must be easier to manipulate.
That example also sounds like you're a gross person. That example not less gross.
Does not make him sound like
but you're saying
you're making him sound predatory.
But you're saying by
he's saying
virtue
that
of
this person is purposely manipulating a woman.
No, he's not manipulating anything.
I'm saying
you use the word manipulation.
No. You made the claim that younger women are easy to manipulate, but I could say that
they are.
Right, but hold on. I am making the argument that you could manipulate somebody at an older age for other reasons.
Yes, that's also disgusting and predatory, but also that's also not an overwhelming problem in our society.
So why do you jump to the conclusion?
Age gap relationship.
Why do you jump to the conclusion that a man who wants?
I got hit on considerably more by older men when I was 16.
Okay, not interested in talking about.
We're not talking about that.
I'm talking about adults' relationships. So we're talking about 18
okay,
and over.
so we'll talk fresh 18.
So young woman means
what does fresh 18 mean?
They just turned 18.
So what? Can they vote?
Yes, but your brain is not fully developed.
Then why are
you
you voting?
25.
Then why are you voting at 18?
Because it's different.
Why? How's it different?
Okay, so first of all,
you can vote to affect my life.
Do you know why that law is set into place and why 18 is considered an adult? It's so that they can enlist young people into the military because based on our physical...
Young people or young or men?
Men.
Okay.
Young men into the military because at 18 is when they are physically able to serve.
No.
That is
actually 16-year-olds.
It is not based off of 18 is fully formed. Your brain is not fully formed until 25. Now, I'm not saying that any 26-year-old going for an 18-year-old is predatory and problematic. However, that is a big issue that I do see often. I do see a lot of women, young women, 18 women, fresh into the dating scene, getting taken advantage of by 30-year-olds.
How great.
That is so common.
What evidence do you have that they're getting taken advantage of? Is it simply by virtue of them dating?
Their experience.
How is that?
They speak about it. And they speak about it and specifically have been interviewed and have talked about the fact that they go for younger women because they are easier to mold.
You have to stop making every man as if they're like being predatory.
Actually, I'm willing to I'm totally willing to engage with this. I think that
But it is
I think at this point, I think the point is fine.
not all men are, but overwhelming majority of women have had a negative experience with a man.
Totally
And
agree.
That is fact.
So let's back up. I want to make sure I understand. When should women be considered adults?
I think women should be considered an adult and making adult decisions probably around 25.
Because of the prefrontal lobe?
Because of the prefrontal lobe, yes.
The prefrontal lobe that begins degrading immediately after 25?
I believe that
Hang on.
a woman
The
who's
prefrontal
25
lobe-
is very different than a girl who's 18. That's so
Why?
different. Wildly different. They
Why?
have wildly different viewpoints.
Why are they different at 25?
They're inexperienced.
Okay, but
They have
no, that's not what you said. Wait.
And the prefrontal lobe is also
okay,
affected.
so hang on. If you're going to make this justification, I need you to actually make it.
Okay.
Are you an adult at 25 because your prefrontal lobe is fully developed?
I would say that's a factor. It's also experience.
Okay, but experience is...
And I would say...
Hang on.
A 21-year-old is like a young adult.
But experience is arbitrary. You can have 19, 18-year-olds far more experience than 25-year-olds.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is a factor for
because
sure.
that is so, there's no way that we could base adulthood on experience. There would be no test we could give for experience.
No.
So if you're looking for physicality, the prefrontal lobe is it?
For physicality, yes.
Well, then if that is the case, don't you think that women should not be able to vote until 25?
I wouldn't say women shouldn't be able to vote. I would say...
Well, we're talking about women being able to consent. So you don't think they should be able to consent until they're 25?
I think voting... I'm not saying that no one can consent. I'm not saying no one can
But
vote.
I thought they weren't adults.
I'm not saying that every single woman that is 30, she's 18, he's 30-year-old. I'm not saying every single instance
Not saying
is
that
a
either.
woman getting taken advantage
I'm
of.
just following your logic. Are they adults at 25
You're
or
not, because
before?
I feel like you're making a very broad blanket statement.
Because
and I'm not making a broad blanket statement. I'm saying this is a problem that is happening. There are men that are doing this. Not all men.
So when are women adults? When are they adults?
I would say I would consider an adult woman 25.
If you consider them to only be adults at 25, why would you ever advocate that men or women can ever make any decision which would impact their life in the long term before the age of 25, including consenting to...
Because that's just the world we live in.
That's not an answer.
And also, but the age of consent is also not 18. It depends state to state. It's very, very different.
Yeah, but I would guess that you would want to eliminate that for non-adults, right?
Depends on the age range. I think an 18-year-old having sex with an 18-year-old is very different than a 30-year-old having sex with an 18-year-old.
We'll go with that.
It's very, very different.
Yeah, we'll go with that. But if you're not smart enough or competent enough or experienced enough to make a decision about who you want to sleep with, regardless of their age, why would we give you consent to sleep with anyone? You're not experienced enough to make those decisions, right?
Because it doesn't apply to all. I'm not saying it applies to all. Again, I never said every single. I've never
You
said.
did say all.
I've never said
I asked
every.
when all women are adults. When are all of them adults?
I guess. Okay, then I'll rechange my statement. Depends on the person. Depends
So
on
how did you ever create a metric for it then?
I think that people who are 25 should be going for people who are around the same age range. I think it's a very huge red flag when men who are 23 and older are going for 18-year-olds, especially 18-year-olds there's 18-year-olds that are still in high school.
So?
They're graduating high school. So you think someone in high school should date someone who's a grown adult who has a 9-to-5 job?
When are they adults?
It's weird.
What makes it? Okay, let's get into this.
Gross. It's weird.
Just saying,
And I
it
think
gives you the
that's
ick.
valid.
It gives you the ick.
Yeah,
Can you give me an actual argument other than gives me the ick? Like an actual argument for why this is wrong?
Yes, it puts a lot of women in having that blanket. It puts a lot of women in very, very uncomfortable situations.
What are the women that it
Okay, but that's you haven't. Hang on. Every relationship can do that.
They are choosing to make that decision.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean that it's not gross. That doesn't mean that men that are purposely 30 years old targeting 18-year-olds are not a problem. They're not a gross.
Do you think that based on the fact
just
that
because they legally can?
Okay, do you think that you should be able to outlaw it?
No.
Well, then how much of a problem could it be? Don't you usually outlaw behavior that's problematic?
All I said was gross. I said ew.
This
I disagree with it. I can disagree with an opinion. That doesn't mean we're going to base a law off of my opinion.
Okay, so you...
I don't speak for an entire country.
Okay, so you don't think...
I speak for me. And I think that that's gross.
Yeah, you just think it's icky.
I think that's extremely icky.
Yeah, sure, but you don't actually have an argument.
And I think any 18-year-old, 19-year-old women that are watching this podcast...
I agree.
I would steer clear from... I would say most men who are like 23 trying to date 18-year-olds, it's because they're unable to get women their own age because they lack maturity.
So let's move it back, okay, before you go off on these other diatribes, and we'll just stick with the one. Can you actually make a moral argument for why it would be wrong for a 30-year-old man to date an 18-year-old girl if they both consent to it?
No, it's like a red flag. So it's not like, it's kind of like you were saying with like a flight attendant. It's a red flag because there is flight attendants that maybe aren't sleeping with a bunch of guys, but there is a stereotype there that most of them are sleeping with a lot of guys. So no, not all 30-year-olds who are dating 18-year-olds have negative intentions. However, I would say a lot too. There is a stereotype.
Yeah, but I would
there is a lot
give you the caveat distinction. I would say that a flight attendant who is sleeping with a lot of men is doing something immoral.
Right.
Would you give me?
30-year-old taking advantage of an 18-year-old?
Yeah. So I'm asking you to make a moral argument like I just did. Right. That thing immoral. What about 30-year-old with 18-year-olds actually immoral?
When they're both consenting. It's just really the fact that you don't see a problem with it is insane.
Just say it's icky.
It's insane to me.
It's icky.
It's insane.
It's insane to me.
I'm a 23-year-old and I would never date an 18-year-old in high school. I think that's
you.
crazy.
Well, first of all, they don't at 18. They don't have to be in high school.
What does a 30-year-old have in common with an 18-year-old? Why can't they date a woman?
Why do you think that men and women have all in common? They don't.
They do.
No, yeah.
My partner have a lot in common.
What do you have in common?
Witchcraft. We're both hot. We both are artists. There's a lot I have.
You're both artists.
We
both. Okay, so by this criteria,
have very similar childhood.
Hang on, you ready? By this criteria, we both have jobs. We both drive in cars. We both walk down streets.
We
both have hair.
We have very similar passions. We have very similar desires.
Yeah.
We both have the same viewpoints on marriage. We have both have the same viewpoints on polyamory. We both.
And what do you do for fun?
With him?
No, what does he do for fun that you don't do for fun?
Video games.
Yeah, he plays video games.
I play video games too, but we play different.
Yeah, but I mean, he plays.
Yeah.
He's a player.
He hangs out
player
with
of the
friends.
video games, right?
Yeah, he plays video games, hangs out with friends. So.
Do you have the same friends?
No, not me like that. Like it's like I'm friends with his friends, but they're his friends.
What's
like if we broke up, I would never talk.
What's the girliest thing that you do that he doesn't do?
I don't know because he lets me paint his nails. He puts eyeliner on, and honestly,
so the
it's the
girliest
most
thing you do.
attractive thing I've ever encountered.
Yeah.
He's not a female. He put on eyeliner, and that doesn't make him less of a man.
All it is
very secure of his masculinity.
If all it is the idea of a commonality of interest, then I would just give you the same argument back. We both drive cars. We both have jobs. We both do this. We both do that. We both do all these things. So we must have all this stuff in common. Not really. A commonality is not necessary between two people that they're interested in the same external things. That's not what creates a deep connection between human beings. For instance, if my wife really hated the type of food that I really liked, what does that have to do with us having anything in common? Nothing. Honestly, that would have no bearing on whether or not we deeply loved each other.
Yeah,
so the thing
and I'm not sitting here and saying that there isn't 30-year-olds that are dating 18-year-olds and they have a healthy dynamic. I'm not saying that isn't.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just looking for this idea. If you tell me a flight attendant's out there sleeping with many, many men, I'm going to say that's immoral. Mm-hmm. I'm just asking you to say it's immoral for a 30-year-old to sleep with an 18-year-old and give me the justification for it.
I wouldn't say it's immoral for them to sleep with an 18-year-old. I would say it's immoral if they're purposely targeting.
Okay, why would that be immoral?
Because they're purposely targeting women with lower experiences, oftentimes because they're easier to manipulate and control.
Let's just assume for a second that that's true, that these men like to have women around that they can manipulate and control. Mm-hmm. That's part of their dynamic. Do you agree with me that there's plenty of women who like to be manitiulated and controlled?
Or the younger women like the older
dynamics. I think that's a very, very... It's a rough topic because a lot of the women that put themselves in those situations come from very, very rough backgrounds.
Yeah, I mean,
and so I think there is an argument to be made that maybe if they had more respect for themselves. Yeah, and there's things that I disagree with. I'm not a gamer, but there's that are
Yeah, I get it. But if you can't tell me why it's immoral, and you can just say in a circumstance where this 30-year-old is targeting an 18-year-old, right, for nefarious purposes, then I would make the counter argument that anybody targeting anybody for nefarious purposes, it's immoral, regardless of their age. So if an 18-year-old's targeting, or a 30-year-old's targeting an 18-year-old for a long-standing relationship, finds her to be beautiful.
Sure. I think it's just more.
What's the actual issue there?
It's more dangerous for an 18-year-old woman and a 30-year-old man than the other circumstances.
I mean,
what's the danger?
But
these are.
While it would be more dangerous, there's also benefits, right?
I guess there's benefits to an 18-year-old dating a 30-year-old. I would say overall, for the overwhelming majority of people.
Their Round Meatball donated $200.
Thank you, Mr. Meatball.
I'm on team 30 and 18.
All right, he's on team 30.
It's really amazing because there actually are really compelling arguments against the age gap argument. But the people who feel the most firmly against it never give any. They just say, it's gross. And I'm just like, you can't base your life on what's gross. If so, then we would have outlawed all sorts of things that you know, probably, like, people find that gross. Do you think that that's acceptable?
I think that's a very different topic.
Do you think it's acceptable that they do?
Some people find it ick. So it's.
They do.
But I never once said we're going to outlaw 30-year-olds from dating 18-year-olds.
I agree, you didn't. But if you have the response of telling people you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't. And you say, well, why? Why should? Because I think it's gross.
That's what I said because a lot of oftentimes it sets women up for failure. It sets women up for being very, very toxic dynamics.
Well, essentially,
this is just something that we.
Essentially, every relationship now is set up in toxic dynamic because most of these marriages are ending in divorce. So they seem like, regardless of the age group, they seem to be highly toxic because they're not lasting a long period of time. If you look at the UK. There's the Office of Statistics in the UK. That's literally what it's called, okay? They went through and they took all of the marriages that have ever happened ever in the UK, which included age gap marriages, to see if it was true that those types of relationships failed more than relationships within a similar age. They couldn't find any significant deviation whatsoever. Why?
Oftentimes, the 18-year-old question is.
Oh, this is interesting. Wait a second.
Hang on.
Then I would expect to see those relationships work out more.
Yeah, they would.
Why? They don't. There's no significant deviation between the people who are engaged in a similar age relationship and those who are in this age gap relationship, 20 years or more, by the way. No significant difference. If it was true that those younger women were being raped or something like this, and by some type of super predator who brainwashed them, I would expect that you would see those relationships have a much bigger longevity than similar age with the same experience, but you don't. That's really weird.
So my grandma actually left my grandpa for a man that was 30 years younger than her. They stayed married for 55 years, and he was right there at her deathbed.
How old was she and how old was he?
He was, I think, 20, 21, and she was in her 40s, 50s, almost 50.
Predator. Finds a predator.
Yes.
Predatorily stalking through the jungle waiting for the chance.
Never met two people more in love. I mean...
I never said it was every single circumstance, but I was saying it's something that it's something that we shouldn't put pressure on. It's something we shouldn't be putting out. It's something we shouldn't be normalizing, in my personal opinion.
We're not normalizing it. We're just saying it.
Well, I have a question.
But that's why each their own. That opinion.
Just a clarification, because I like when you guys talk and you want to define a word. So you keep saying the word. So from what I know, what the word is, it's taking someone and slowly acclimating them to get used to something that is immoral, gross, disgusting.
Right.
So where in it does an adult and an adult become an adult into
this is what I'm talking about,
into a consensual adult relationship? Unless they're calling them into now you're going to be a thief. There's no happening because I am an adult. Both people are adults.
Which is why this
An 18-year-old adult is different than a 30-year-old.
It's still an adult.
In a lot of circumstances because your prefrontal cortex has not developed.
Stop overpaying for perfumes. This one bottle from the Essence Vault will last over 8 hours a day and smells the exact same as the designer fragrances. When you have the Essence Vault, you don't have to reapply all the time because it's eau de parfum, which means it's strong smelling and long lasting. Now I can afford to buy 3 of my favorite fragrances and I'll still have money left to spare. If you're sick of spending your monthly wage on designer perfumes, hit the link below to check out the Essence Vault.
I know that most of you know the structure of Mad Lad videos well enough by now. We like to tell the stories of cool lives and or events chronologically, tell some jokes, give some takes that make my lawyer very nervous, and then round it off with a little discussion identifying any themes or morals that can be gleaned from such stories. I think it's good to figure out how these cool stories contribute to the grand narrative of history and to see if they can teach us more about current events, whether that be due to the cyclical nature of history or the simple fact that some idiots just never learn. But some mad lads are a lot more notable for the things that they said rather than did. And today's subject came out with so many bangers that for the most part, I'm just going to let him speak for himself. While many never learned the lessons from history, this man simply never learned how to stop talking. And after a 99-year lifespan and over 22,000 engagements, he had a lot to say. Some things were profound and reflective, others were uncouth and offensive, but damn near all of them were really, really funny. So, sit back and relax as we enjoy the wit and wisdom of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh.
Now, let the word.
Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get started, how do I sound? My editor worked really hard in his Souls-like poison swamp that he calls his desk to get the audio balance just right for you. So, the least you can do is make sure that you're listening to my hooting and hollering with the best quality hardware possible. Because there is truly no better way of listening to me than with Fake. The quality of the everyday earbuds rivals some of the biggest premium brands, and with the new quick charging function that gets you 90 minutes of battery in just 10 minutes and a 32-hour battery life, you can listen to so many Mad Lads in quick succession. But while I can't get enough of my own voice, I also like to partake in a little bit of music. Blasting Hip to Be Square on loop while on my Sigma grind set in the gym. And the bass boosted sound profile is ideal for listening heavy while I lift heavy. Shut up, yes I do. Also, the active noise cancellation really helps with ignoring my writers whenever they start talking about Rome again, or saying that they haven't seen their families in months and can we please go home now, and other stuff that I really don't care about. Now, if you thought that these gizmos were cool before, then you would be very happy to hear that there is another new feature. multi-point connectivity, which allows you to pair with two devices at once. I can listen to Subway Surfers gameplay and Family Guy Funny Moments compilations at the same time. And if that's not enough of a boon to my stimming, their ergonomic design and optimized gel tips provide a snug fit that means they won't even fall out when I run face first into the Yippee!
Such that
So
he wishes
if
for
you
your
want to buy
death.
yourself some of these bad boys in one of their many colours, mine are actually whatever colour this is, but you know these good people who all you have to do is click the link in the description or go to buybreakball.com/dungeon to get 20% off on your plus free shipping. And since you've got your break on, why not give them a test drive by staying for the rest of this video and rejoicing in their auditory splendour? I'm sure that many of you all know Prince Philip's backstory. Born Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark, the Greco-Turkish War made me Greek royalty as Erdtree. He was exiled to Britain in an Erdtree. He served in the Royal Navy throughout World War II. He adopted the name Mountbatten, yada yada, get together. This isn't a mad video, so I'm not going to get too deep into it. So, the whole start with Prince Philip's comments on marriage second was the event that really put him in. This in fact started off very strong and then seems coronated 12 years before his Astar. Where did you get that? Talking about Dr. Brown. Now, as much as I hope the contradict this clip may be a song, but either way it sets the tone for what's to come very big. And the current conflict which in this case is a trick man. However, the firstborn Charles was the heir to the throne, held by the House of Windsor by his mother. So this led to quite a bit of a pickle between Philip and his royal spouse, since he obviously wanted to pass his name to his kids, and the Queen and quite prominently Winston Churchill were very keen on the name Windsor remaining. In the end, it was decided that the kids from their line that actually had surnames, i.e. weren't called Prince or Princess and referred to anonymously, they would be called Mountbatten Windsor, which I would say is a fair compromise. But throughout the affair, Philip is noted as having privately complained by saying, "I'm just a bloody amoeba," while feeling particularly put out by having to play second fiddle to his wife. Nevertheless, Prince Philip got used to his position as the royal consort, and he went on to absolutely kill it for the next 70-odd years. On one occasion, he even met an Australian man who introduced himself by saying, "My wife is a doctor of philosophy and much more important than I am." Commiserating, Philip quipped, "Ah yes, we have that trouble in our family too." But Prince Philip's comments on
Scrotum. A good boy. Yeah. No baby, no baby, no baby, no baby, no baby, no baby, baby, baby. Yes, we should do this. long one. Oh no, oh no, my baby. Oh no, oh no, oh no, my baby. What are we gonna do? 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 Oh God. Oh, darling, darling, Jessica.
I took you for no matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arm.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
from Rodney. Spinny. Oh my god, I'm gonna hate it.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and ad-free videos on the YouTube Kids app, so kids can bounce to Kids Bop without missing a beat. Try 1 month free of charge.
Welcome back, everyone. Darkside.
I now must face Olibam. Jesus Christ. Oh, hallelujah. Survival. Jordan. Ow. Oh. Come on, quick. Come on, quick, quick. I don't, quick. You have to do it now. Quickly, baby. Such a good. Yes. Oh, baby.
Mr. Darkness of Views coming at you with another Elden Ring Shadows of the Erdtree guide. I had made a mistake for the right side before. I apologize for that. I'm going to actually go through another run through for this so that you can have an easier way of finding your way through. I didn't find it to be too big of a mistake, but I know a couple people were angry about it. So we're going to be doing another guide here, mostly because I acknowledge the mistake and I want to make sure you guys get to the castle watering hole. With that being said, let's get right into it. We're going to take a left right here. We're starting off right here in the middle of the main gate plaza. You will have to take out the hippopotamus in order to do this. Bear in mind, there are going to be quite a few of enemies on whichever guide you use. But this side is basically going to be deadlocked with a lot of enemies. So prepare yourself. These enemies are pretty tough. I do recommend exploring this castle too before you just kind of like run up like myself. I'm going to try my best here to just dodge everybody. It will be tough. You get some of your mimics here and here, so bear that in mind as well. Watch it with the archers. These guys are real powerful. They will follow you. So now that we're in the main path, we're going to want to keep on going this way. If you want to open up the next pathway, which is the right side of the area that we came up from in the first guide, you're going to go down here and open it up from these stairs down. Now continue on this way.
I'm going to go that way, a fucking stool sample.
Go down these stairs. Be very, very careful here because you can fall off. And the enemies will probably be following you back. We ran through quite a few of them. I do recommend fighting them. If you don't have the stamina, obviously you're going to have to fight them, so bear that in mind as well. Alright, so we're down here in this area. There is going to be a painting here for you to check out. I still haven't figured out what the paintings are for, but definitely grab that. So you're going to want to hit this wall right here, and it's going to open up the secret passageway right here in order to go down. There actually is no enemies here, but just be careful not to fall, just in case didn't heal up or something. And then come over here and rest in the coffin. It'll give you a short little clip, and then we'll be on our way, and I'll get back to you after it finishes up. All right, we've officially made it at the bottom here. Our map is not available right now, fortunately. So just head forward through this archway, and you should be at your grave site that you need to be at. Apologies for the first guide if you were one of the angry people. I'm doing my best here. I made one mistake on all the guides I've made. So we're officially in the castle watering hole, and you can explore the rest of this area down. Good luck on the area and exploring. I do have a guide on how to get into that castle and a couple other guides up, so remember to check out my Elden Ring playlist if you're at the beginning as well. And the rest of my guides that I have up on my channel, you'd be surprised how much stuff I cover. Once again, thank you all for watching. Happy gaming, everyone, and I will catch you on the next guide.
Straight out from the fiery pits of Teleria and into our lives, meet a mole, a demon spawn orphan who enters service.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back to Alpha Central. I'm your host, Jack, and today we're taking a look at when woke people make fools of themselves. Let's jump right in, right after you subscribe, of course. Disclaimer, this video was made for strictly comedic / artistic purposes. No offense is intended towards any individual featured in this video.
Do you identify as black? No, it's a serious question, because you might not identify. Might. Thank you. Okay.
When I walked into the room...
I'm not done with my question.
Hey, young lady.
I'm just asking you to listen to me.
And I'm about to answer the first question.
But I didn't finish my question.
Okay. Yeah, I'm black. How disrespectful. She asked him a question and cut him off as soon as he started answering.
Been this news article about men that think that they could beat Serena Williams in tennis, right? That they think that they could actually score a point on her. And it's just not the case. She is stronger than that.
What's your experience, Ben? Male, female?
Both Serena and Venus lost to the 203rd ranked male tennis player, which they're phenoms for women. My experience, my husband, he swam at University of Kentucky as well. In terms of accolades and in terms of national ranking, I was a much better swimmer than him. He could kick my butt any day of the week without trying.
Actually, it's funny because Andy Murray, he was been joking about myself and him playing a match. And I'm like, Andy, seriously, like, are you kidding me? Because for me, tennis and men's tennis and women's tennis are completely almost two separate sports. So I'm like, if I were to play Andy Murray, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in 5 to 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, because I only want to play girls and I don't want to be embarrassed.
You know she's wrong when the athlete herself even admits she can't beat men. This person is really out here demanding their respect, yet can't respect a single person in the room. Your own TikTok every day showing us how big you are.
Yeah, and you're proud of it. No, there's a difference. There's proud and then they're just being positive in my own skin, and that's what I am. Right? I'm not proud to be fat. Would you accept that by medical definition you are morbidly obese? Look, if that's what medically you want to call it, then call it. Well, no, you know your weight. I don't. No. But that's you could say that. Yeah. Right. So, but here's my issue with this body positivity thing. People shouldn't be celebrating being morbidly obese, in my estimation. That's because actually it is a dangerous condition that causes many people to die. No point in even arguing with him. Let us wait through the talking.
Instead of using the typical mom and dad parent titles, there's actually gender neutral and non-binary parent titles that exist. Here are some examples. Pom Pom, Zaza.
Yeah, I don't think me or anyone from my generation could have done that with our parents.
What in the hell did you just call me?
Personally, I've never heard of calling mom Zaza, but what else can I expect these days?
And you know that's like an ignorant way to stand, right? Like,
Why?
you're over here, I tell you...
I'm actually half handicapped, so that's very offensive that you said that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
probably
I'm super offended, actually. Yeah.
So lying and being a high-confidence part of your personality disorder. Why are you looking at women with your eyes?
Are you a woman?
Oh my god, so you...
Oh, I didn't even know, I'm sorry.
Binary, so it doesn't really matter.
Like, that's why I asked. I was trying to be polite.
Shirley can't handle the same exact logic she uses every day.
Give this whole speech, like, you gotta get men, you gotta bring the men, you gotta, like, buy the tickets, like, I went to Indiana Jones and Jaws and every movie that Steven Spielberg's ever made, and by the way, he's never made a movie with a female lead. Sorry, Steven. I don't mean to call you out, but it's true. The color purple, thank you. Okay, I'm wrong.
Hey, she may have gotten owned, but at least she actually admitted to her mistakes.
Nobody needs you to advocate for how difficult it is to use gender-neutral pronouns. Nobody said that the gender binary was easy. These are not my preferred pronouns. These are my pronouns. You will use them, or you will not refer to me at all. If you misgender,
I'm good with that.
Well, it's just...
We shall no longer refer to you at all. Sounds good.
Well, guess we're not going to refer to this person as anything. It's as easy as that.
Now let's hear from this man with this stirring story, which I'm sure is 100% true.
I was at work and a customer called me sir, and I said, sir, actually it's a male. And then everyone around started clapping, and the guy who said it actually got arrested.
Bro really just got arrested for telling the truth. What? They best be able to take some jokes.
The woman has gone viral because she has a PhD and she took an IQ test next to some guy that she thought was just a dumb, rude hillbilly. And the dumb, rude hillbilly did better on the IQ test than she did.
I'm Tyler. I'm 21. I'm a high school graduate, and I work for Marine Corps.
I have my PhD in cancer biology, and I work for biotechnology. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 is PhD, cancer biology scientist. I work in a biotech company and make cooking testing kits, stuff like that. And it has nothing to do with your background. I don't think you have the highest EQ out of all of this.
One of the biggest downsides to university expansion and to credentialism is that it convinces people that they're much smarter than they.
Always feels nice to outsmart the person who thinks they're superior.
Are you taking down this fight? Why? Why are you taking down flyers that aren't yours?
The flyers. Yeah.
I'm not taking down your flyers right there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm really proud that you can count, but that doesn't mean that you can take down other people's flyers.
Don't care.
Don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
I don't care if I'm okay. You're
so you're going to say that, oh, you're so nice. You want to talk International Women's Day?
I'm threatened by trans women.
I'm not threatened by anyone. You seem to be really threatened by ideas that disagree with you. And you can't regulate your emotions enough to go to an event or just ignore an event that you don't agree with. You have to go to flipping off people, and you're covering up
Oh, sorry, no, like, you can't handle, like, oh, I told you to flip me off.
Unlike you, words don't hurt me, so you can call me anything you want.
He clearly doesn't understand what a fascist is because he's unaware that he is one himself.
Yes, rich doesn't mean something that's poor.
Yes, that's, in this society it does.
Explain that to me. So when you bought your hat, who got poor?
The people who made the hat.
They voluntarily contributed their labor and they got paid for it.
No, they did not.
They didn't.
There's workers in other countries who are enslaved to make things that are wearing now.
Then why would you buy it?
But there's no other options in our capitalist country. There are no other options in our capitalist
That's totally, that's trying to make your own clothes.
There aren't any options for that.
Well, so they have to outsource your business of capital voluntary because you don't want to spend the time to make your own clothes.
It's either a comfort stone on capital, on wealth, is not the best for the person.
So you would want to be a society of people, right? So why do you want to get out of the US
That's not the point.
There are no options, man. That's not the point. She's definitely wrong.
What is wrong with Tuffy? I just got changed around. I just moved here like 2 months ago.
Okay. Okay. Do you understand what's going on, though? Maybe you're going in off on your traffic.
I know. I just decided that that's why I just sit here around and
Okay.
I just have like really rifles and stuff.
I guess
asking for stuff.
Okay, we'll pass that. Let's just go ahead and step out.
This person.
I get this. Am I?
I'm non-binary as well.
Okay. What do you go by?
Hi.
How can I refer to you tonight, Kai? Okay. Hey, I'm smelling alcohol.
No.
How much have you consumed tonight?
Probably 3
I need to run through some tests right now. Stand facing me, please.
But I just want you to know that I also have very bad social anxiety.
You and me both.
Okay.
Okay. Any recent head trauma, traumatic brain injuries, anything I need to know about?
Mental, yes.
Folks, you can please.
You're just like trying to get me.
I don't know how I'm trying to do that. This is the test.
As you know, as an indigenous person, there's a bunch of people going around. I'm sorry, but it's just really on my toes.
They're using the non-binary card to get out of legal situations now. What is this world?
Often I pair something, maybe a little historical, maybe a little poetic. There's a lot of performative people on this board who will say one thing in support of black people, for people, trans people, and then immediately stab the face. So I don't have any words prepared today. I just want you to feel our pain. So I am going to spend the next minute screaming. That is what the trans in this country, in this city, has brought me to.
Well, that loud scream she just let off shows that she knows she lost.
You doing this stuff, and you're killing me out, and you are doing this stuff. You're on the blood of your shame. You're on the blood of your shame. And I'm done. You stop.
After hearing something like this, I'd actually be more motivated to eat meat.
It led me to great heights, very low level.
She might be admitting she's delusional, but saying she reached great heights is the most delusional statement of them all.
Look at this article I found today. The dangerous rise of men who won't date woke women. Pathetic. I know you probably can't tell, but I'm quite woke and very alert to social injustice. Woke discrimination in dating should not be tolerated. Also, who wouldn't want this? I mean, look at these bangs. They're perfect. Come to think of it, I've been single for the past 10 years, ever since I started free-bleeding in women's marches. But what kind of man doesn't love that level of competence? I don't even have that many dating requirements. I mean, he has to be a vegan, obviously, and he must have some pronouns in his bio. He must provide proof of vaccination and all his boosters, and he must wear an N95 mask or equivalent during... But forget about this, because that's what healthcare is for. He needs to be okay with the fact that I don't shave any body hair, but he has to be perfectly manscaped with the body of Chris Hemsworth. He
He also must be okay with the fact that I wear natural deodorant. It doesn't really work, but at least I don't have aluminum seeping into my skin. And last but not least, he must not like video games or sports. So I don't really know what the problem is. I'm a total man. Did you ever think that maybe it's your attitude? Or maybe it's your irrational listener standards? What do you mean? It's me. Also, I don't have the form and standards for any man or anyone.
He says she's a woke woman. It sounds more like a joke to me.
Yeah, fine. This is message to all the comedians on the internet. They can just say whatever they want. Right? Your speech is racist. It's homophobic. It's transphobic. And by the way, any comedian, they're a free speech and a freedom fighter, they will not be successful. Okay, you will fail. Nobody's watching your stupid sketches. Okay, nobody's making fun of you. They're making fun of you. That's what they're doing. You're going to be poor. Okay, you're not going to help for anything. Okay, just stop it. Racist people in Texas. It's hot and it's racist.
Hey.
Bro just won an award for the best actor. This is exactly how sensitive people be talking about comedians these days. The fact she yells, "You have blood on your hands" to a chef says everything. Glad she was removed promptly from that restaurant, and hopefully she gets a trespassing charge. You guys have made it to the end of the video. Make sure to like and subscribe with food here in Alpha. And remember, according to YouTube, the best way to help the channel in the algorithm is to watch another one of my videos right after this video. So if you like this video, you should watch another one. Till next time.
At Vodafone, supercharge your world with the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 with a super saving of £504 and an extra £500 when you trade in an optical phone. Plus, search by circling anything on screen with your fingertip. Circle it, find it, using Circle to search with Google. I reached the super deal ends 15th of August.
What's going on, guys? Hope you're doing well. Today's video is going to show you how to get to this area of the map. Maybe you explored all the other locations. You're wondering, what about that right area on my map? This area can be accessed through the waterway behind the Shadow Keep. You're going to go all the way down. You're going to come to this dungeon right here. The dungeon itself is called the Dark Light Catacombs. Once you complete that entire dungeon, the backside will open up and you'll just walk through that dungeon right up.
Hey.
Right out to this location.
Any second now. Got it. Come on.
matter, it's all out your own. Back already, no matter.
Are you kidding me? Are you? Are you shitting in my mouth?
Hey, Fred, you ought to have bullets. Oh. Hey, Fred, you ought to have bullets. Oh. Hey, Fred, you ought to have bullets. Oh. Hey, Fred, you.
What the hell was that?
Hey, good. Look, this one guy, what I think of. Tell him to pipe down. Hey, guys. Take it more out there. Don't jump. Clear your legs. Get out something. Let's go. Stand down. Don't run it off without a plan. The car hit Negan, pushed him off the road. Headed down there, couldn't gotten far.
So what are we waiting for?
It was just one driver. It's nothing he can't handle on his own. But just in case, wait and I'll go check it out.
Alright, you can back me up.
No, this might be a ploy to divide our forces, and we're not going to let that happen now when we're so close to the master stroke. I turned my truck. Make sure no one comes in this way, Gary. I want you to do the same down that end. You're in charge. Keep everyone in tight, create a perimeter, cut down anything that comes close. Locator benefactor.
And just what the fuck are you up to? my monkey? Who's my monkey? Is it you? Is it you? are you such a butt stiffer, Holly?
Sniffer of butts.
Are you turning on the
finished.
accepted my fate and left my village. A person chosen to offer their soul to the goddess, and all must journey to the mana tree. The mana of the world is replenished through that own sacrifice, blessing our lands and prosperity. The elves are necessary to preserve a future for the whole world. It is our duty, much as a soul guard's duty is to protect us. We all have our individual
the soul guard. It's my duty to protect the alms from harm. Nina, any monsters we meet along our journey to the mana tree, roll lay a finger on.
There's nothing you can say that will change my mind. I'll be happy and maybe see you around.
And tell you the benefits of elemental's protection. Let this be the warning. Trespassing within could cost you your life.
Soul guard down. I am counting on your protection on our journey to the tree of heaven, such as it is. The problems are plenty. Regardless, there's nothing I can do about this. Gosh, the fairies taking their sweet time here.
There's no easy way to say this. I found Dracula and Dracula full-blown infestations. Everyone is dead. And soon, that number is going to be
Yum. Thank you.